Welcome to the live broadcast of the Government Information Service Year in Review. We're coming to you live from the Houses of Parliament in St. George's. And I am joined by my co-host, Mr. Byron Campbell. And I must say for all of you, I am Sherry and Noel. Together, we will be speaking to a number of government ministers and other stakeholders about the work of the government over the past 12 months. Our Year in Review will be held over 2 days, so you will get to a bit of each of the ministries over the 2 days, and this evening we'll be looking at health, education, infrastructure, foreign affairs, and international business. My co-host is no stranger, as I said, to your television screens. He's no stranger to GIS programs. I'm talking about Mr. Byron Campbell. And I would just like to say to you, Mr. Campbell, it has indeed been a tough year for everyone. What do you make of what has happened and the ability of the government to govern during a pandemic that does not seem to be going anywhere anytime soon?
Afternoon all, afternoon Sherry. And my first comment has to be on this location. Absolutely. This is the perfect set. That just brings home the big point of Grenada. You know, I am positive that I live in the best place in the world, you know. Such a wonderful evening here. Sherry, a difficult year, no question about it. Challenging, I would say, with the pandemic, with implications for government in terms of revenue and just management and productivity, given the issues of lockdowns. And so I would say that it would be excited to hear how ministries were able to overcome, maneuver, and to implement, and what's the result. What was accomplished, I think, what the challenges like. We really want to hear from the ministers and the permanent secretaries and the managers in terms of, and also what to expect for 2022. Particularly where we are today. It's not going away, Sherry. And so I look forward to this interview. Thank you.
I do as well. Viewers, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Byron, and we're going to take a very short break. When we return, Mr. Campbell will take us through the first segment of the Ministry of Health with Honorable Nicholas Steele and his team. We take a break.
Gentlemen, we have here Honorable Nicholas Steele, accompanied by Dr. Sean Charles, and we have Nurse Audrey Lyons on the inside. Afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Steele, the latest COVID-19 dashboard from the Ministry of Health shows 41 new cases yesterday, highest number we've had in recent times. Are these imported related? What should this say to the people as they prepare for the new year and the various parties and various activities? What is your take on what's happening right now?
Well, you know, good afternoon, Byron. Good afternoon to all of your viewers and listeners. Good evening. Yeah. I think we need to look at the year in review.
Yeah, well, we come
look at everything there.
Yes.
There's no time of the year, nor no country should be looked at in isolation, because if you do so, you are not going to get the full picture.
Right.
So that question, you need to look at what's happening with the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And take into consideration either more, should we be any different, or should we be following what's happening with the rest of the world? And you will see that there is a significant uptick in every single country in the world, which was predicted, which was expected, with Omicron, which we have been monitoring. And our reaction to it, our whether we should be concerned or not, as you asked, is dependent on level of hospitalizations, how deadly or what the effects are of this, and that also how significant the increase in numbers, not the actual numbers. So for today, we would expect a increase and significant increase. This is the festive season, a social season, not just in Grenada, but throughout the world, not just in the Christian world, throughout the world. And we are going to see this, but as a Ministry of Health, we're monitoring, we are letting people know what they should do, and we will take it in stride. I think it is now a new period of more of personal responsibility than top-down authoritarian regulations or so, because not just in Grenada, but throughout the world, we've seen that has not worked.
COVID-19 arrived, what, 2020? Yes. What would you say that 2021 was for us? Easier compared to 2020? Recap the year. What were the highs and the lows? What was that experience like?
Recap as long as we don't relive, yes.
Recap, yeah.
2021 was a roller coaster, pendulum, emotional, one way and the other. Remember, we entered 2021 with significant bad news, our first fatality from COVID-19, just one. Mm-hmm. We also entered 2021 with little or no celebration, bringing in the New Year or Christmas, because we did have a cluster. We then came to, in my opinion, some very proud moments in 2021, end of first quarter, going into end of second quarter, where we were one of, if not the best performing country in the world with respect to number of cases, only one death, holding off, proof positive that policies were working.
Yeah.
Then we saw the Delta variant coming in. And as we were told, as we understood, and as we warned, that the Delta variant took it to a different level, that it totally unforgiving, would, if any of our previous situations that allowed us to take control of, like that in December, and like we had previous breaches, etc., of protocols or of regulations, that Delta would not be as forgiving. Gravity is gravity anywhere on this earth. So too was the Delta variant, and we're all very much aware, and regrettably, we have 200 souls that we have lost as a result of that. But we move forward. I would say from that as well. And remember, I'm saying it's this emotional up and down and roller coaster. I've never been prouder of our health team. They performed admirably. The biggest concern and fear of most nations is a collapse of their public health system. Our public health system did not collapse. Our public health system held its own up against relatively to any first world nation in terms of the numbers that we dealt with, in terms of how we dealt with it. And I am extremely proud of our team that's been tried and tested, and I'm prepared to go to battle with them again. We round off the year now, again, still with this shadow of COVID-19. We're seeing, as you have said, an increase in cases. We needed to and have celebrated the birth of Christ as a nation, as we all choose to, going to church, coming together with family as best as possible. And there are consequences of that. But I think also there are consequences of the denial of that. We now enter into ringing in the new year, which is another period. Some of us will go to church, some of us will celebrate at home, some of us will go out and celebrate with our peers, some of us will celebrate with people we don't know, in larger groups. We are asking that we however we choose to celebrate, that we do so with a recognition that the shadow of COVID is still there. But at the same time, we're saying that life must go on. We must learn to live with COVID. And it is now an era, I truly believe, more of personal responsibility. We have vaccines available, more variety and more quantity than ever before now. So people have choices. It is their choice. This is a democracy. We're very much aware the benefits of vaccines, and anyone who doubts the benefits of the vaccines, they did not get that from the Ministry of Health. They got that from their own independent source of information. And we have to respect that as well. We also know how this disease spreads. We know what we should do and what we should not do. And some of us are going to make the decision that we are tired of being held back, or we are going to do whatever we want to do, etc. and so on. This is who we are.
Dr. Sean, Charles, good afternoon. And we go to the minister talked about the ministry did not collapse. How close did it come to that? Would you use the word collapse, or what was the challenge in the ministry? But while you think about this, we've been battling the pandemic for more than a year. We went through the period of community spread, losing, as we recall, 200 lives. What can we do to ensure as much as possible that we do not experience another similar surge in terms of our behavior or overall Grenada?
Well, let me first say good evening to you and good evening to Minister. I think that one of the legacies of 2021 is the understanding that we must pay attention to what is happening in the international sphere and never believe that it could never happen here. We have come through a very challenging experience, and I am certain that there are lessons that we have learned that we will employ as we face what is building to be the new challenge. But we must never, ever at any point think that it can never happen here. And we must pay attention to what is happening around us. Now, yes, it is a correct observation that our health system was put under significant pressure in 2021. Despite all of our preparations, despite all of the efforts that we put in, we did face significant challenge. But we were able to meet those challenges and overcome them. And yes, we did come to a point where we had, because of the surge that we experienced, particularly during the height of our most recent outbreak, where we had to compress some services in order to ensure that we can adequately care for persons who were falling sick. But we did not break. And that is a testament in itself with all the challenges that we face. All right? We were able to overcome these, and we were able to care for persons. Yes, we had a few deaths. All right? We had some deaths. But it does not speak to the hundreds and more, the thousands that were treated and recovered. All right, so sometimes we need to look at it in that light, and we need to really emulate, and we need to really recognize the efforts that our health system, that our people, have put in to ensure that we were able to ride this very rough wave and be able to get through it. And I'm sure that, facing this new challenge, we are going to stand up, and we are going to face this new challenge with the experience, and that's the key, with the experience that we gained from this last one.
So as you talk about that, one of the things everybody want to know, are any of the new cases, the new variant, the Omicron in Grenada, is this new variant in Grenada?
All right, so far from the samples that we have sent to the Caribbean Public Health Agency, we have not yet identified a case of Omicron. We have identified Delta. So Delta is still circulating in the country, but not Omicron.
Would it be fair to say that it's just a matter of time?
It is only a matter of time.
A matter of time. From a medical point of view, how dangerous is this new variant?
So there's a lot that we do not know about this virus. All right. One of the things that we do know is that it spreads incredibly quickly. All right. It's many times more contagious. It spreads much easier than Delta. We do know that. Time will tell us whether it is more deadly. But one thing we must pay attention to is that any pathogen, any organism which has the ability to spread very quickly and make many people sick at one time also has the potential to make some of these individuals very sick and end up in your hospital. All right, it's just the numbers, a numbers game. All right, in time we will have sufficient information to know whether indeed it is as deadly or not when compared to the Delta.
That's Audrey Leons, are you there? Is she there? Oh, Minister Steele, what is the focus of the ministry for 2022 in the context as we continue to deal with COVID-19 and with the threat of the new variant, the Omicron, as mentioned by Dr. Shaw?
But two things. As we enter 2022, our focus remains similar to, if not the same as our focus when we enter 2020, which is to avoid loss of life. Now, because the original variants of COVID-19 were deadly or had a certain percentage, a high enough percentage that had a mortality rate or level of hospitalization, we as a whole, humanity, not just Grenada, but the world decided, no, we need to take measures, significant measures, unprecedented measures, to prevent that level of hospitalization and death. That people would get this disease because that's how it spreads, but that we needed to intervene to prevent hospitalizations and deaths. We entered 2022 similarly with the same principles. Our mission is to prevent hospitalizations and deaths. And we need to be clear on that message so that while right now we're dealing with a variant that by all appearances is not as deadly or does not have as many people ending up in hospital, it does significantly infect more people, that we can still end up with too many people in hospital and significant deaths. And also it is new, and we are not sure of what some of the long-term repercussions can be. So we still need to treat COVID-19 with a level of concern and respect as we have since 2020. The difference is that and our difficulty or our challenge as a Ministry of Health, like most other ministries of health or relevant authorities, is how to get that message out to the public while saying that, as you're seeing in the UK, as you're seeing in the US, as you're seeing elsewhere, it's not going to come hand in hand with a regulatory restriction of there shall be no Christmas or there shall be no New Year's celebrations or so. It is going to come with, we've been in this for 2 years. It's going to come with, these are the facts. It is extremely contagious. We don't want it. None of us would want to get it. But it's not about preventing all of us. Because some of us, many of us, most of us, can responsibly go and celebrate midnight mass for New Year's and did so for Christmas, gather with family or celebrate with friends. But unfortunately, many of us also may have done so without being totally responsible or, unbeknownst to us, spread this variant or COVID-19. So the best way to avoid that, take the necessary precautions, but also to be tested. Test. And you'll hear us.
There's so much more in health, Minister Steve.
Correct.
Primary health care, other
This is-
hospital services, and so much. Are these services or these other aspect of health? And Dr. Shaw, you
Byron.
can come in here. Are they getting neglected? Are they being, particularly, I want to mention routine surgeries. A lot of these are being
Most
stepped back.
definitely, they are losing their face time.
Yeah,
In terms of these are the things that we need to be discussing
yeah,
a year in review.
yeah.
That we look forward to getting past
That.
COVID-19, or that we can discuss the other health issues. People are
Precisely.
still dying from heart attacks.
Yeah,
People are still suffering from high blood pressure, from diabetes. We still have those non-communicable diseases. So the beginning and end of health is not the communicable disease called COVID-19. There's still HIV to be dealt with. There's still so many others. There's still the vector-borne diseases of dengue, etc., that we need to discuss. Now, those have not gone away. They have lost their priority in terms of public discussion. And we truly do look forward to and need to bring those issues back to the forefront. And the only way that we can do so, truly, is by learning to accept and live with COVID-19, and as a nation, in the same way that we live with HIV. It still exists among us. We live with heart disease. It exists among us. We understand what causes it. We make sure that it doesn't inundate our health systems. Any of these, the communicable as well as the non-communicable. We make sure that it doesn't inundate our health systems. This is how we will be ending 2021 and entering 2022, to ensure that no disease, communicable or non-communicable, inundates or causes our health system to collapse.
there is, and I agree with you, Minister, in that health is a much wider issue. It goes far beyond COVID, but this is preoccupying minds on all health systems everywhere, including Grenada, of course. We have full easement of restrictions. Given the trend, and Dr. Shawn, you can come in there, the advisory committee to the government, what can we anticipate in terms of what's happening? What are you saying to the no movement weekends? I mean, they were effective. In terms of what's emerging, do you see some kind of return to these restrictions, Doctor?
Well, let me first address this question this way. This is a disease that spreads from person to person. I know in the past, especially soon after we learned about this disease,
Yeah.
and when we did not have a lot of information, many of the measures that were taken throughout the world were top-down.
Yeah.
Was basically the governments, the authorities imposing restrictions on individuals in order to limit the spread of disease. Now we know a lot more about the disease, and now we have many more tools to respond and to address this disease. All right? So we have transitioned from a phase where it is the state that must impose everything on you. All right? It is the state that must put restrictions on everyone in order to ensure that the disease doesn't spread, or to ensure that an individual is protected. We have now transitioned to the phase where each and every individual must accept responsibility for their own protection, and for their own safety. Right? This has been made possible through evidence-based and proven effective interventions such as vaccines. So an individual who does not wish to become ill from COVID can get vaccinated to protect himself, and he can also make the choice to adopt behaviors that limits his exposure to the disease. Right? So all of those protocols that we've been speaking about distancing and wearing a mask and sanitizing, it is now left to the individual to really follow these to ensure that he's protected. The state will do its best to ensure that we care for those who are not able to care for themselves. all right, to ensure that we can facilitate life, all right, and we can facilitate the livelihoods of individuals, because this also affects health, all right? And now the greater weight of responsibility is on each and every individual to make the correct decisions to protect himself, all right? And that has to be the way forward, because we cannot enter into an unending cycle of state-imposed restrictions, all right? That is not sustainable.
Thank you, Minister Steele. We come into the end of the interview. 2022, a year, it could be an election year, we don't know. The Prime Minister indicated that it's in his pocket, his timing. But what are the big ticket items that are coming up? What about the health insurance? Where is this, for example? A lot of persons have been talking about that. And any overall development within the health in terms of your services, primary healthcare services, in terms of your staffing, development, capacity building. Where are these rest in 2022?
No, Baron, yes, I'm glad that we're coming back to the nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
What's important to the people and how we, as an administration, are measured and judged.
Yeah.
There have been casualties and there have been tremendous benefits from 2021. National health insurance is twofold. One, it is the administrative process of it and strengthening of health systems specific to the primary health care, as well as the economic situation that allows it. In both those cases, COVID regrettably has interfered with that, not prevented, but interfered with it, and as such is causing a level of delay on it, obstruction. But we will push ahead and we will get through with it, because I think we also have a nation more focused than ever before on personal health. And therefore, I think the time in everybody's mind has never been better for the contemplation of, or continued contemplation of, and making it a reality, national health insurance. So we are quite looking at, if we all focus on it, and I think we will and should, that we are looking at late into 2022 of some sort of introduction into it, but that the conversation must stay on the front burner into 2022. We also need to recognize what we enter 2022 with and how much we have accomplished. And that will give us a certain level of confidence for one of the first times ever in our health system, while it still has its problems, as most health systems around the world do. You can wake up tomorrow morning in Grenada, decide that it is time for you to get a vaccine for COVID-19, or to get your second dose, or to get that booster, and get it within that day. Many first world nations, you cannot. If you're 12 and over, you can do so in Grenada in that day. Many first world nations, Canada, UK, and others, you cannot do that. You also have your choice of vaccines. Now, I'm using COVID-19 because it is the topic, and the COVID-19 vaccine on the front burner, because it's one of the most difficult challenges that we've all had as public health administrations. The other wheels of the public health administration, primary health care, continue to function. Our clinics are still open. Our nurses and doctors are providing human service. Our hospital is about to, in carriacou, we are adding new services, imagery, etc., being added in carriacou. New wing to be commissioned in the General Hospital. St. John, St. Mark's Polyclinic to be commissioned as well. All of this happened while there was a national shutdown in various months, and the biggest challenge into health. So I say that not to beat our own chests, but to give recognition to what has been accomplished by the team, by our nation, that 2022, we enter that with a recognition, a sense of pride that COVID-19 did not get the better of us. COVID-19 did affect us. But 2022 is when we say goodbye to COVID-19. It may still remain with us, but we say goodbye to it influencing or having that level of influence on us. We move forward.
Final closing statement, Minister.
Final closing statement. It is, I have to use my final words here to give thanks and praise to the Almighty, to the support I've gotten from my family, but also to give recognition to my colleagues in government and in the Ministry of Health. My colleagues like my CMO, my senior medical officers, my department heads, General Hospital, Community Health, Vector, the entire sector, health sector that has worked with and for us, that has performed admirably in a year that has been unprecedented. And to the people of Grenada, the mere fact, Byron, that we have to contemplate as a people, that we as a Ministry of Health are coming forward to say, please try as best as possible to celebrate in moderation, not do too much. The mere fact that we're seeing individuals, whether legally or illegally, advertising gatherings and so to celebrate and ring in the new year means that our spirit has not been broken. That we are still that strong-willed and defiant people that we so proudly say, so we dare, the 473 group that represents. So COVID did not dampen our spirits. We will persevere, and 2022, I look forward to it. These people, this administration, this team will continue to make us proud. We'll have our ups and downs, but I am proud to be a Grenadian. I have been proud to be a Grenadian for 2021, and I am even prouder to enter 2022 as a Grenadian.
Honorable Nicholas Steele, Minister of Health. Thank you very much. Dr. Sean Charles, CMO. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And all the best for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To Byron there for that interview there with the Minister of Health and the Chief Medical Officer acting, Dr. Sean Charles. We're still speaking health, and this time I have with me the Permanent Secretary with responsibility for Hospital and Community Health Services, P.S. Hannah St. Paul, Julian St. Paul, I always mix up the names. And also joining us via the Zoom platform, we have Director of Medical Services at the General Hospital, Dr. Carol McIntosh. And during this segment, we would get an understanding as to what are some of the achievements over the past 12 months. We know that COVID was there. It has, put a halt on certain services. But during that time, the ministry still was able to put a number of systems and new equipment in terms of installation and infrastructure and so. I want to begin with P.S. St. Paul, just to give us a review as to how things was for the past 12 months.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you to each and every one of your viewers that is listening and viewing on this platform.
Okay. We seem to be just, having just a little technical glitch. So what I would do at this moment is to invite Dr. Carol McIntosh via the Zoom platform while we just deal with that little glitch there for P.S. Julian St. Paul. Dr. McIntosh, you're there with us? Dr. McIntosh?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I am hearing you very clearly.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone.
Yes.
And good afternoon to our Permanent Secretary, St. Paul.
Okay, so we want to look at what are some of the achievements under your watch at the General Hospital. We heard a lot from Minister Steele and Dr. Sean Charles as it relates to the COVID and the pandemic and how that was handled. So during this segment, we want to talk a bit about what has happened in terms of infrastructure, human resource development, and so within the hospital services and in general as we look at primary health care and so.
Okay. And just to correct, I'm Director of Hospital Services, not Medical Service.
Oh,
That's my
thank
fellow
you for the
colleague, Dr.
correction.
Taisha Donald. It is something to actually join in and listening to Minister Steele and listening to our Chief Medical Officer as they talk about the year review. You hear it. You hear about both COVID and what did we do. And they recognize the fact that it has to be joined hand in hand, that we are living with COVID. And I have to say a special thank you to both our ministers, to Minister Steele and to Minister Thomas, and our two permanent secretaries, Ms. Isaac and Ms. St. Paul, because they're coming together in the start of 2021 has helped us to get through all of where we are and to get to the point that we are now, where despite the fact of having COVID-19, the pandemic, the surge, and all that has occurred, we still were able to accomplish. You heard earlier, is this saying, well, what happened to primary care? What happened to the non-communicable diseases? What happened to all of these other things? They continued. They continued. And so as we address COVID, it was something to be said for Grenada to be able to address these other diseases, to address all of these and to make some accomplishments. So we talk about accomplishments. I like to just separate into two. One, the accomplishments with addressing COVID, and then the accomplishments with addressing healthcare and making sure that we improve the healthcare in Grenada. When you start in, and as I said, it's hospital services, so it's really talking about the infrastructure. And we look at it, first of all, where this one is combined, where we actually were able to provide the services to address COVID. When we had the surge that came in August and going into October, which hit us hard with the increased numbers and the deaths, we were able to retrofit, one, our pediatric department, and also our new neonatal intensive care unit to address that and be able to put together two wards, 118 and 116 bedded wards with piped in oxygen, able to address patients with COVID. And so that is one in the sense with the infrastructure. When something was necessary, we were able to do it. And we did it with the support of within the Ministry of Works, but also the support of our various contractors who were working on other sites, but came together to help us to be able to do this as quickly as possible because the need was there. Within that, as we're doing so, we also developed a variety of different things. We helped with the sense of our present isolation ward, putting in the piped in to get in the piping in for that so that we'll be able to continue to address it. As you know, and as our permanent secretaries will talk about, is to talk about the fact of looking at having the doctors and the nurses and giving them all of the different PPEs and all the additional things necessary to help them continue in this battle against COVID. Within that, it was also developed the patient liaison committee that helped us because as we had COVID, you knew you couldn't come into the hospital, but yet your relative was coming in and sometimes may have died alone. And you did not get a chance to see them, or people did not get a chance to see them. People were not able to talk to the doctors and nurses because they are taking care of the patients. New loads were having 64 patients minimum in addition to our regular hospital care. And so the patient liaison committee was one that was able to help communication between the patient, families, and the doctors and nurses. And that one was very much assisting because it helped to bridge that gap, helped to keep communication, to show that there was support, for them to see that people were doing their work and trying their best to take care of their relatives and giving them a sense of some kind of just satisfaction of understanding that their family would not be alone. And that was key. And then also just the volunteer services that happen, as you heard, as Minister Steele was talking about, testing, getting vaccinated. So in addition to those in the community, and we are very thankful of the nurses within community health services that have gone out into the community day after day after day. And I hold up Nurse Lyons for that and her team. Day after day, from back in 2020, we came in to assist on the weekends. And that was a variety of teams made up from people from SGU, made up of our own general hospital, made up of our own heads, with a permanent secretary, director of medical services, our chief medical officer, our ministers went out and actually said, how do we get vaccinations out to people? How do we educate them? How do we reach those in the homes? And then how to support those who are at home with COVID. So that was something that was there and will continue.
Dr. McIntosh, I just want to interject here a bit so that we can bring in P.S. St. Paul, just to give us, because I really want to get into the whole aspect of the infrastructure and what has been done and what has been achieved over the past 12 months. I know that we had a number of services that were put on halt and then they resumed. We got new equipment and so. So I just wanted P.S. St. Paul to come in now and give us a brief as to what was achieved during the challenging times. P.S.?
Thank you, Cheryl. And I think I said good afternoon earlier, but we had some technical difficulties. So I would say again, good day to everyone that is viewing on this platform. And thank you for having us today to look at our past year in review. Because for us at Hospital and Community Health Services, it has been a challenging time. So in 2021, this year was no extraordinary year. It was an extraordinary year, for us at Hospital and Community Health Services. The COVID-19 pandemic necessitated the reassignment of staff across hospital and community services to optimize the available resources to respond to COVID-19 pandemic while continuing to provide essential primary healthcare services.
Go ahead. I was just saying you don't pick the pen.
Oh, sorry. So in this regard, we started off the year with 3 major objectives. And our objectives for 2021 were to improve and strengthen our health infrastructure. Also, we wanted to improve access to service within our health facilities and to improve our human resource cadre within hospital and community health services in order to be able to deliver quality health care to our nation. So as we look into strengthening our health infrastructure, we went into identifying several of our health facilities, including our hospitals and community health facilities, and conducted infrastructural works. So we had a lot of rehabilitation being done. And some of these facilities identified were the Princess Royal Hospital and the Hillsborough Health Center. There, these 2 facilities joined the Princess Alice Hospital, and they are now considered smart healthcare facilities. So total renovation of these facilities, actually bringing them, we will say, relatively back to new, is what has happened. And we did that in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization, and the UK government was the donor of the funding for this smarting. When we completed these facilities, together with the Richmond Home, we spent over $4 million to do renovation work there. Within our community health services, we also invested over $170,000 to do renovation. And one of the things that stood out is the changing out of our AC units. Because with COVID, we realized that our nurses and doctors now had to change what we'll call the GIS, and you see them have to be in that entire suit, and that can be really hot. So we had to really provide a conducive environment to ensure that the areas in which they operate, they can do that without posing risk for them to be infecting themselves. So that was the reason why we changed out over 30 of our AC units and make sure that we had conducive environment there. We also looked at the hospital, and from time to time, I showed over the years, you would have heard of the challenges that we had with our present elevators, constant breakdown. So in order for our service to continue, and especially now in this COVID time, we replaced both elevators, brand new, and we spent over $1.5 million to ensure that we have 2 functional brand new elevators at our first phase, we'll call it, of the old hospital. We continue to do construction work on the new building, or the second phase of our hospital, and that is to facilitate our lab laboratory services, moving into that building. Our X-ray or diagnostic services will be moving into that new building as well, our administrative block. And we also would be having our new dialysis service at that new wing. So construction work continues there. So far we have completed the lab, and also we have completed the diagnostic department or the X-ray department. And I'm sure that you heard a lot about our new CT scan,
Very much
which is
so.
one that is state of the art. It is one of the most upgraded piece of equipment as it relates to CT scan within the region. It's a 128 slice machine. So we are really proud to have this machine currently being installed at our hospital. So our accident and emergency department would also be relocated to that new building, and we continue to have construction works there, hoping for completion early in 2022. At Princess Alice Hospital, we have started construction work for an operating theater, because one of our goals as hospital and community is the decentralization of service and access to care. So we believe that persons should be able to be serviced where they live. And we are now putting an operating theater at the Princess Alice Hospital. A staff lounge is being built with laundry services, and we can appreciate that with the pandemic that we have just lived through. And that would be approximately over $200,000 in infrastructural work that is going to be done. The operating theater at Princess Alice is timely, because under our OECS Regional Health Project, we are going to be doing upgrading to our operating theater at the General Hospital. And in order for us not to disrupt services, we have to ensure that we have an alternative. And this is where the operating theater at Princess Alice Hospital comes in.
Okay.
Yes?
And if I can just ask you to jump a bit the carriacou, because to speak a bit, I think I saw, is it an X-ray? And so if we can jump a bit to what's happening at carriacou.
Sure. As I said, Carriacou Hospital, we have just done smarting and total renovation of Carriacou. And we didn't just want to hand over Carriacou Hospital with refurbishment, but we also wanted to hand over Carriacou Hospital with additional services. So we have since added specialist services to Carriacou, like ophthalmology and so. And now we are going to be adding X-ray services or diagnostic services to Carriacou. By the end of January, Carriacou should be having the X-ray service within the hospital.
Okay. So I would ask this question to both you and Dr. McIntosh as we are about to wrap. In terms of looking forward to 2022, what can we expect in terms of improvement as we talk about human resource, in terms of nurses, the services offered and so for 2022? So both you and Dr. McIntosh will pitch in here on that question before we close.
All right. Well, in 2022, we are going to see a focus, because for 2021, we really wanted to focus on restructuring our primary healthcare system, because prevention is what we believe is the goal. And in order to decrease our number of hospitalization, in order to decrease complication and death, we have to be preaching prevention and disease prevention. So we are going to be focusing on health promotion and chronic disease prevention and management within our primary healthcare setting. We're also going to be looking at our psychosocial support and rehabilitative services, and that takes into play the mental institution, as well as the construction of our Carlton House, because you know our Carlton House would have been down for some years. So we are going to be looking at the reconstruction of Carlton House. We already have the designs, and we're going to be looking at that. COVID has taught us a lot and has shown us that telemedicine played a great deal in helping us to continue to manage our cases as we saw in the pandemic. And we now are going to be going into implementing our own telemedicine within our hospitals. And generally, the continuing strengthening of our healthcare services in order to be able to better respond to public health emergencies such as COVID-19. Our human resource is key. We must look at it, because with all of the construction, all of the equipment that we have put in, if we do not have the adequate human resource, then our service cannot be delivered. So we are going to be, and we have started engaging our DPA And we are going to be looking at all our terms and conditions as it relates to our human resource. We have already started looking at training opportunities for our staff in order to have them fully equipped in order to be able to respond.
Very well. That is some really important information there. So most of who's viewing the program at this moment will be very happy to hear, especially as you mentioned, the construction of the Carlton home. Dr. McIntosh, before we wrap, anything you would like to add in terms of looking forward to 2022?
I just wanted to just reiterate the fact that all of these services are coming into play, which is great. And not only the fact that the services, but the human resource to support it. I think it is a game changer that we do have the 128 slice CT scanner donated by the Maria Holden Memorial Trust, because that will help to enhance the services we presently have by helping us improving oncology, by helping with the staging, helping us as well for neurological services that are needed if someone develops a stroke. We now are able to provide these services on site. And as our permanent secretary has noted, the 128 slice is one of 3 that's in the region. The key thing I think that came across in 2021 was the sustainability and the servicing and management, that we need to have the maintenance of this and to strengthen our biomed department and to strengthen our maintenance and strengthen those who are using these equipment to understand, be trained in that, as well as to have the servicing for it so that it is not something that equipment comes in and then 6 months later, it needs something, we don't have it. So not only do we get the equipment in, but we've had the service and maintenance support to go with that. And then also it gives the ability, as our permanent secretary has stated, to decentralize care, to strengthen Carriacou, to strengthen St. Andrews area, to strengthen all of those, to be able to manage patients there. They were able to do so because even though we had the majority of patients at the General Hospital for COVID, we were able to manage them at Princess Alice, manage them in Carriacou, manage them at Mount Gay as well. That is something to be said about our medical services, as well as our ancillary and auxiliary services, where our staff was strengthened to do that in the midst of they themselves having to deal with COVID. So one thing as we go in is the fact that we're providing us more and more services and to address COVID as well as the non-communicable diseases, but also providing the support not only to our medical doctors and our nurses, but to our auxiliary staff, understanding that every single person, every single aspect, every single service is necessary in the management and providing the best of care for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique.
Thank you very much, Dr. McIntosh and P.S. St. Paul. You know, with information, time slips by. There is so much to be said about the work of the Ministry of Health in terms of what's happening in terms of hospital service and primary health care. So at this time, we're going to take a break, but not necessarily a break, but to move over to my co-host Byron Campbell, who will be dealing with the education aspect of our year in review.
Welcome back and good afternoon, Honorable Emily Pierre, Minister for Education, because we were talking about education, and accompanying our Minister of Education, Honorable Emily Pierre, is P.S. Kevin Andel. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
And welcome. Well, look, I want to start right away. The education sector, no doubt faced a difficult 2021. You had, with the lockdown, you had suspension of schools, classes. How was your ministry able to successfully navigate these turbulent waters?
And let me add to the turbulent water industrial actions. It has been tough. It has been a tough year, and God has been extremely good to us. I think what kept us going is the faith that we had in the system. That regardless of what was happening, it was so important that we give children an opportunity to learn, and we provided every opportunity for that to happen. And so that kept us going. The children, the education of our children. When I came across the term generational catastrophe, I thought, we can't afford for this to happen. Regardless of the circumstances, we have to find every possible way for our children to receive an education. And so during the year, we have been working extremely hard with all of our stakeholders to ensure that we provide every opportunity for children to be in class when it was possible, and when it was not possible, to do so virtually.
You talk about the industrial action. To what extent did this impede the sector and impact on education?
Of course, we lost a lot of days, and every minute lost in the classroom is a minute too much. We lost a lot of time, contact time, and of course, you know that contact time is very important for children, not just their success academically, and sometimes we miss the point. So when that happens, we start looking at the numbers, the passes, and we say, oh, well, they were not very much affected. But what about all the other lessons? All of the other things that we teach children in school that might not be academic. So the social skills. And so we would have lost a lot of time as it relates to contact time with the students due to industrial action. But we trust that this is now behind us and we can move forward.
But yeah, I mean, you hear it all the time that children may have been and continue to be the biggest losers, or the ones most affected by the pandemic, and we see what's happening now. How is the ministry navigating this to deal with what's around us right now in terms of the new surges we've had in infections? What is the ministry thinking? How is the administration? What are the thoughts going forward?
Well, going forward, we have to prepare for almost anything. So we have to be prepared at any time to move to that blended approach. We have to be prepared to move at the totally at-home school, and we have to be also prepared for the face-to-face. The important thing is noting how much you have lost. And we have to find ways to make up, because many of our students would have lost so much academic time, contact time, that we have to find strategies, and we have been looking at those. So for example, we've been looking at the possibility of summer programs where our children can get that additional support that is needed, after school programs. And I'm talking about those that are coordinated nationally. After you've done that assessment, you know where a student is at, then you look at what strategy, how do we take him from where he is to where he's supposed to be? Because let us be mindful of that. Prior to COVID, there were a number of students that were not performing at their level. So if you add COVID to that, you know that we have a problem. And so the ministry has been working aggressively, and we continue to do so, to find those strategies, and with support from the OECS, carriacou and other stakeholders, external partners, we are looking at different ways in which we continue to support our students in that particular area.
Thank you. P.S. Andel, you are responsible for the management of the largest ministry, yes?
Yes,
Ministry of Education. In a pandemic environment, you still have to deal with your staffing, infrastructure, security. I mean, tell us how you cope, but what were the successes? What was, and some of the major challenges you had in 2021? Well, this is the moment for your report.
Yes, indeed. We had a number of achievements and a number of challenges. I'd like to start with a good one first.
Yeah.
That we were able to supply all of our students, primary as well as secondary school, with e-learning devices. Not only the students, we were able to provide laptops to our teachers so that they can prepare their lessons and facilitate e-learning. We even provided broadband internet, because having the devices without the infrastructure so that the devices can work properly, we provided internet services at all of our schools. And I would dare to say not only the public schools, but also private schools. We have done that. Now we have even went further to train our teachers. So we have trained over 500 teachers on how to facilitate e-learning in a number of areas. We have also partnered with the OECS to deliver training to over 70-something teachers, which is a postgraduate program to our teachers so that we can build the capacity We have also went further to ensure that productivity tools are given to our students as well as our teachers. So in our secondary schools, we have Microsoft 365 available to students and teachers, and we are preparing in 2022 to really roll out this in the primary school. Managing an education sector is important, and data management is critical. The ministry has seen that as an important component of our drive to deal with the challenges that we're faced with. So as of January, we will be implementing our education management information system, which is known as Open EMIS, which will be installed in all of our schools, whereby teachers, principals can upload data in real time so that the necessary decisions can be made and be informed by data. We have done so many things, and if I go to recount all of them, I would spend almost 2 hours. But the major challenge is really dealing with the fallout of the pandemic. And dealing with the industrial environment, but also ensuring that our children receive in all the ways possible quality instruction. And that has been a challenge. But we have used all the mechanism, all the system available to us to do that. And we are continuing to push. All of these things are evolving. The Ministry of Education, we were not prepared for this. Nobody was. So we are learning as we go along, and we are making the necessary changes as we go along to ensure that our students receive quality education, be it in school or remotely.
Well, of course, given the size of the ministry, you have a colleague, PS, that's Norman Gilbert.
Yes.
I'm seeking out the technology here. PS Gilbert, can you hear me?
Hey, loud and clear.
Can you hear me, PS Gilbert?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, great. The information falls under your remit, I'm informed. Tell us about the transformation about the GIS, Government Information System, because you've been doing a fair amount of work there.
Of course. As you would imagine, that the Government Information Service is responsible for transmitting the government's achievements, programs, and projects to the general public, and to ensure that the public is aware and informed of what is taking place within the government service. As part of the transformation of the GIS, we obviously had to look at how can we improve the quality of the work that goes out to the general public, and in a timely manner as well, with a certain level of accuracy. And that transformation started with the technical transformation of the GIS. I'm very happy now that we are going live, and this in itself is a testimony of the work that has been done within the GIS for the last year to be able to achieve this very feat that we are doing now. We have been able to start the 24-hour service on the GIS channel, and that's a very important achievement as well. We are now working to enhance the content delivery of the GIS by so transforming the public relations officers that are within the ministries and departments of government, so that we can be able to have a more smooth transition in terms of what is taking place at the individual ministries and how the GIS can be able to inform the public of what is taking place day by day in these ministries and departments of government. The transformation of the GIS as well is to ensure that there is rich content on the GIS, and that persons are interested in tuning into the GIS to be able to receive rich quality content that they will be satisfied with, and ensuring that the work of government is brought to the attention of the general public. So within the GIS, we have had a number of transformations, starting with the technical team. We have also worked to improve the content of the programming at the GIS, and being able to achieve these feats, I believe, in 2021, despite the challenges of COVID. We are satisfied that we have done a significant amount of work, though there is still work in progress to be done. You would imagine that the entire GIS team was critical in terms of the public awareness campaign throughout the COVID process, and the staff has ensured that they were able to inform the public, the press conferences, the live press briefings that were able to take place, all part of the transformation and the expected service delivery that we expect the GIS to be able to deliver. And 2021 has proven that it is possible. And of course, there is still some work to be done coming forward in 2022 as well, whilst we continue to improve the work of the GIS. We're not there as yet, but we're going to get there soon.
Two areas I want to touch on very briefly, P.S. Gilbert. One is the whole issue of scholarships and T.A. Marshall Community College. Regarding scholarships, I mean, every young person graduating from TAMCC or other schools wants to know about scholarships. For 2021, what was the, tell us about the amount of scholarships that was granted to students and others. What happened in that area of scholarships?
Another major achievement for us in the area of scholarship in 2021, I must say, we have been able to issue close to 170 scholarships to recipients to pursue studies at SGU, China, Russia, other places around the world, at a value of just over $17 million. And I believe that this is a significant achievement for government in terms of being able to improve the academic standings of our young people. We are not able to provide for everybody, as you quite imagine. There are a number of persons who would apply for scholarship, and we can only provide for so much. But I must say that the scholarship desk has been working tirelessly to ensure that we can support the persons who are interested in furthering their academic achievements. We have been able to receive the support of friendly governments as well as agencies such as the OAS, governments such as Cuba, China, Romania, Russia, and of course the St. George's University as well, who would have supported our call for scholarships. We continue to see very high requests for persons who are interested in furthering their studies. There are a number of persons who have been able to meet the minimum entry-level requirement for scholarship. Whilst we were able to serve just about 170, there are probably another 200 that we were unable to serve because the competition for those limited available scholarships were very significant. And I could tell you that the National Scholarship Selection Awards Committee has been doing a very excellent job. It's a committee that has been reconstituted by Cabinet in 2021. And we expect that the work could continue in this regard going forward again in 2022. A major achievement for us as well in terms of scholarship is the adaptation of our national scholarship policy, which was approved in 2021. And that is also supported by the establishment of a National Training and Awards Advisory Body. And that advisory body would support the work of the selection committee and to also advise the minister and to advise government in terms of areas that are needed for scholarship. And we speak about persons who go off to study, and we have persons who study in areas that are not necessarily profitable to the economic needs. And so that committee will be responsible for looking at what are the economic needs and what are the skills needs, and to be able to seek scholarships that would promote these gaps. We identify a number of gaps already within the health sector in terms of specializations that we believe we can explore in 2022. And so with the establishment of the National Scholarship Policy supported by this Advisory Council, that we'll be able to move forward. The policy for scholarships look at the eligibility for candidates, the bonding requirement for candidates, etc. So I think we have been able to achieve quite a lot in the area of scholarship, but we continue to provide as much support as we can going forward in 2022.
As time permitting, I'll come back to you on the TAMCC. But Minister, you've outlined the challenges in 2021, the issue with schools, school closure. What's your vision for 2022 as the year comes into effect and taking on board the lessons learned from 2021?
One of the things I always say, and let me just point to 2021, is that we dealt with COVID-19, we dealt with the industrial actions, and we attempted to continue as normal. So all of the things that we would normally do, we still continue to do those in 2021. And what we do in 2022 is to continue, right, what we have been working on in 2021. But I think what we want to look at is building and strengthening the resilience of the education sector. We have created some foundations. We have adapted to certain things, and we want to ensure that as we go into 2022, we prepare ourselves not just for COVID-19. Of course, remote learning is going to be something that will be with us. We sometimes try to deny that. It's going to be with us for a while, and not just because of COVID-19. When you look at where the world is heading technologically, we have to ensure that we move in that direction to ensure that our students are not left behind. So we cannot complete 2022 without starting the conversation and introducing gradually things like coding, robotics in schools, ensuring that our children get familiar with those things. Then we have to strengthen, PS spoke about management. Leadership is everything, and we need to strengthen leadership in schools. We need to provide greater support as it relates to the management of schools. How do we ensure that we build capacity to get the most out of, right, and to provide the most support for our students? So the area of leadership and management would be critical in 2022. Succession planning. How do you ensure that you don't end up in a situation where you quote-unquote lose a good principal and you're struggling to find a replacement? Nobody even wants to be the principal. So the issue of leadership and management sustainability is critical. And as I said before, we have to look at the direction that the world is going, and how do we ensure that we expand what we offer to our students. But there are a couple of areas that we have struggled in, and I want to point out the issue of mathematics. Right? We would be launching very early this year a national task force. As a matter of fact, they met today to look at some of the critical components of what we need to do. And that is going to be led by the T.A. Marshall Community College principal. In addition to that, we have to look at how do we ensure that students are remotivated. You look at what has happened. One person, we have to teach students how to learn as we go forward, because they've been through a lot. They've been through some difficult times. Some students may have lost interest in education. And so we have to ensure that we build the capacity of teachers to teach students in a new era. It's a different period. And so you have to be able to motivate. You have to be able, especially if you're going to be remotely, you have to have the capacity to do that, to keep students' attention. So the issue of training and development would be critical. We've done a lot of that in 2021, but we have to now take that to another level in 2022. Building capacity of teachers within the system. If you've noticed, we've made a paradigm shift as it relates to teacher education. So now we have people who are leaving tertiary education, leaving TAMCC, and moving into teachers' college. I want to be a teacher. It's my dream to be a teacher. And that's the direction we go in. How do we build quality? How do we ensure that we building capacity and quality and excellence be that centerpiece of it? But I think another critical thing in 2022 is how do we look at recruitment? The quality of teachers within the system. I don't say it, but it comes directly from teachers themselves, principal, especially those people who have been in the system for a while. Minister, something is not right. The quality is going downwards. You know, when you look at persons who came into teaching before with a passion, they want to teach. Now you seem to be attracting a lot of people who are looking for a stepping stone. Teaching is not what I really want to do, but I'm going to do it until I find what I want to do. How do we attract people who are passionate, who want to be teachers? And that's another area. We've just actually had cabinet approved new guidelines as it relates to recruitment. So how do you come on an interview and do a good performance and you end up in the classroom tomorrow? You know, all of those things we have been relooking. So policy has been a major focus. Amidst all of the pandemic, we have been able to work on about 10 different policy areas. And so for us, it's not just about approving these policies, but it's about the implementation. The issue of school fees and the cost of education was raised. How do we review that? We speak about education being free, and it should be accessible, it should be affordable, it should be something that every child should have an equal opportunity, it should be a level playing field. So how do we ensure that all of these things that we agree to, we sign off on, that we implement them in a way in 2022 that we take the education system to another level?
We need a full afternoon to discuss education. PS Andel, the ministry recently launched this customer service charter. What can the public expect from this? What exactly is it? What are you trying to do? What is the objectives there?
We are trying to ensure that we deliver service in an efficient manner. Government ministries and agencies have not been given the label to be customer friendly. And Ministry of Education, we are striving to really get out of that label, to be able to be customer friendly, understanding our stakeholders and providing services that they can enjoy, services that they can say to somebody else that I went to the ministry or I called the Ministry of Education, and on the third ring of the phone, somebody answered. But that person made my day because they answered me in such a warm and cordial manner that they referred me to officers who were very helpful.
Okay.
And to assist me in ways that I can be assisted, but also to use the technology to deliver services in a more efficient manner. We have the technology and the softwares available to provide services remotely. So, for instance, we have the web office. .gd, whereby persons really don't have to come to the ministry to deliver a letter, but they can send that letter electronically and receive a response saying that the Ministry of Education would respond to you within a particular time. And we are endeavoring to build the capacity of our staff to deliver quality service. Because you can have the best customer service charter, but if the people has not bought into it and deliver what the charter intends to deliver, then we are failing before we even start. So we are embarking on some customer service training of staff and frontline workers so that we can deliver quality service.
I mean, one of the things is, and Minister, you pointed it out earlier on, that there were, your labor issue during 2021 certainly had its implications to education. But what are any PS? I mean, because you're managing this also. But any outstanding matter remains on the labor front that you're addressing right now? That there's a timeline to it, process.
We are looking at the whole issue of the regularization of teachers, and that is on the front burner. We have done a number of work on that, and in 2022. We are expected to make significant headway in making that happen. I can say to you that will be a major milestone for us. We have done it in the past, and we continue to do it on a phased approach as we look at the fiscal space that is available to us. But most importantly is really strengthening educational governance, how we do that. And the ministry right now is embarking on a number of legislative reviews of the Education Act and TAMCC Act and so forth, and looking to finally have our SRNO for the Education Act. We have also embarked on a number of policies and guidelines to strengthen the governance of the education sector. That is important to us in 2022 as we go forward. Data management, critical. We have to be responsive to the situation around us. But how can we do that? We can only do that by having the data to support our decisions, and that is important for us as a ministry as we strive to strengthen the management of the education sector.
I would like to pursue particularly the question of data, and not only for education, but throughout the country. I was hearing from Fisheries, the absence of data, the decisions can't be made. So I can see how the entire thing relates to education also. If you don't know what's happening on a one-on-one basis out there, if you don't have the information, then you can't plan. So I really appreciate this point. Minister,
just to add one thing there, the processing of requests. If you understand Ministry of Education, you're dealing with over 1,000 teachers, you have principals, you have students, And so the requests, leave, you know, vacation, whatever, so many different requests that comes in on a daily basis. Sick leave, imagine how many requests for sick leave. And so processing has been a nightmare. If you look at the old traditional system and you look at the numbers we are dealing with, even the subject of recruitment, you know, many years ago, you have a new teacher join in the service and they would be told straight up that it would take about 3 months for you to receive your first salary. Now imagine in 2021, we're still operating under that same system. And so we've reviewed a lot of our systems and we've been under the same efforts of improving customer service to commit to our teachers that we're going to find ways, and we are finding ways. As a matter of fact, we've seen some improvements in recent times. How do we reduce time taken for processing of various requests? And we are very much committed to that because we understand the implication. Maybe long ago you live with grandma and grandpa and everybody, and you could afford to go 3 months without a salary. You have support. It's different now. And so we have found new ways that we want to do this so that we can better serve the teachers and the other stakeholders.
And that's using technology. Minister, you have the final say in this short report on 2021 looking forward.
I think one of the areas that was not mentioned that I think is extremely critical is that of the introduction of e-books. I always refer to the 4 pillars, and the introduction of e-books is really for 2 reasons. One, the technology. We have to ensure that the technology works for us. So having a device without having the books on them, I mean, really isn't worth it. So in the first instance, we did about 18 e-books, and those are aligned to the curriculum. That's for the secondary school, and we just introduced for the primary school. But of course, as a person who deals directly with people on the ground, not just at the Ministry of Education, I can tell you how this is going to benefit significantly our parents out there. Because now you would not have the long book lists that you would have had in the past that would have cost, in some cases, thousands of dollars. And so this is going to impact positively our parents out there. So we're going to see that change in September, a reduction in the number of books that parents would be required.
This is from the new year, Minister?
From the new school year.
Okay.
So right now what we're doing...
Which is September?
September, the new school, the school year starts from September. So this is going to be a major shift for parents in terms of their pockets. It's going to be a positive shift for them. But the other area that I also want to mention is not just the fact that these e-books are going to be a saving for parents, but it's going to be a major cost savings for government. And we speak about the books that a new edition is introduced, and you just have to throw them away. What do you really do with them? Because you can't use them again if you're going to reference. Maybe what we've done is give it away to. But you know what happens.
There's no pass down because it's a new edition.
It's a new edition.
Literally,
And on top of that, you also have the challenge of all of the other costs that goes with the delivery. Let's just look at a simple thing as the delivery, right? The processing of all that is required to get the books in the hands of the students. But look at the damage. I mean, we have a way of treating things that are not our own, and even treating things that are our own sometimes. And so government has been spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars replacing those books. And now it is a totally different experience that the students would have. Of course, we have said it, we've reiterated, we are not condemning hard copies. We are saying that we are looking at a strategy of reducing costs for parents, reducing costs for government. Of course, there would be samples at the school that students and teachers would be able to access. And I think this is going to be a major achievement for government and for Grenadians in general when we can make that full shift over to e-books.
And this would be throughout the primary and secondary?
Throughout the primary and secondary school.
Minister, thank you very much. This is all the time we have. Final comments.
It's been a tough year. It's been a challenging year. but I really want to thank all of our stakeholders in education. I believe the contribution of everyone would have made this a successful year. What we have achieved in terms of responding to COVID-19, so we were in the respond mode, we reacted to COVID-19, but at the same time we were very proactive in a number of areas. And I just want to say a special thank you to all stakeholders. I look forward to the new school term. Of course, with COVID hanging over our heads, we have to think about it this way. Do we deny our students further an opportunity to an education? And so just as we speak about balance in the tourism sector, is the same way we have to think about balance in the education sector. How do we fight COVID, but at the same time do not end up with a generational catastrophe where our children are so left behind? And so I express again my appreciation to all who have been involved in this very, very, very challenging year, making it the success that it has been.
Thank you very much, Minister. We had there Honorable Emily Pierre, Minister for Education, PS Norman Gilbert, and PS Kevin Andala. Thank you all, both. Sherian, I hand back this to you very much. Sherian, are you there? Thank you.
I am here, but at this time, Brian, we're going to take a brief break before we get into infrastructure. And welcome back. This is the Government Information Service Year in Review for 2021. At this time, we have with us on set our Minister for Infrastructure, Senator Nolan Cox. We also have the CEO, Mr. Carlton Frederick from the Planning Authority. And via Zoom joining us, we have Mr. Richard Maharaj, and he is part of the Hanover team that is responsible for a number of feeder roads across the country. I want to begin with Senator Cox. Senator Cox, from the onset, it was said by the Prime Minister that infrastructure is what would have to push the economy forward during this pandemic. We've been seeing a number of projects here and there. So at this time, we would like for you to give us a review in terms of, we know that there are special projects, there are government projects, there are private projects, all those that fall under your ministry. So if we can start a bit with what's happening in terms of infrastructure that has indeed, we can see it all over the country.
First of all, let me say a pleasant evening, and it's a pleasure to be here. It's a beautiful evening, if I may add. And we at the infrastructure, we have been given a mandate at the beginning of the year to see how we, through the implementation of our projects, would drive the economy, to drive the recovery process for Grenada. It was a big task, but we are very much excited about such activities. We have a wonderful team, experienced team, competent team of persons who are excited about implementing those projects. So we definitely would have made some significant inroads in that regard. We look at our implementation rate. It has probably been one of the highest in the history of the country. I think that is significant. It's something that the staff and everybody, all stakeholders, we must commend them for working together to achieve this. One of the things that infrastructure does is that we play a critical role in penetrating a number of sectors of the country's economy. Hence the reason why our ministry is targeted as the one to drive the recovery process. It creates impact in all sectors. Such it is the best approach to building back any economy or country that has been hard hit from that standpoint. And so we were excited about that. We still are excited. Looking forward into 2022, we still have some unfinished business, but we are happy with what we were able to achieve. Yes, we have a number of project portfolios. We have our smaller projects, the special projects, which are focused mainly at the community level, and they play a critical role in creating that economic impact at the rural community level. And then we have our medium-sized projects, mainly concrete works, asphalt works throughout the country as well, did create significant impact. What it does, areas, for example, in some cases where we have school repairs, critical infrastructures are sustained and maintained, critical roadways, and then we have major projects that have significant impact, not just from an economic standpoint, but also from a social standpoint as well. We have like the health centers, we have major repairs at the general hospital, we have a new dialysis ward coming. So those are some significant infrastructure works. We have impacting on the climate change part. We have the St. John's River, we have new roadways, we have the Molinier, the Western Corridor to roll out as well. So those are the major projects that we are looking towards that has national impact for the country and for development going forward. So in a nutshell, that is where we are with our implementation and some of the bigger projects that we have. And we are pretty happy with what has happened, and we're looking forward to rolling out more for 2022.
Because one might ask about implementation and getting all these projects off the ground in the midst of COVID. We had lockdowns, and then we actually had a surge and so, but through your stewardship, we actually saw a number of projects unfold. How much of a challenge was that? And then bearing in mind the fact that we now have an issue in terms of concrete supply, asphalt supply, and so.
All those challenges were looming prior to us commencing our work in 2021. And what we did, we sat and we planned. We have different teams, and we look at where the challenges are going to be, especially in terms of asphalt supplies that have to come in from overseas. We also look how the whole issue of the logistics for contractors, how it's going to impact them, the increasing prices, those price contingencies, changing costs of steel, delays, all that play a critical role. But the great part of our success centered around planning and anticipating what is going to happen and what will create the delays, and expedite wherever we can expedite. We will do that, and where areas that we know that we're going to have delays, we treat with it as it comes. But the whole success was centered around planning and being patient and also being resilient. But we also had good support from our key stakeholders who believe that we can get this done. So it's a matter of having that dialogue, that constant support, and that commitment from your stakeholders who have to support you throughout this process.
Okay. We do have Mr. Carlton Frederick here who would speak to us a bit too in terms of private infrastructure and so, but before we bring him in, I would like to go to our guest on the Zoom platform, Mr. Richard Maharaj, who is part of the Hanover construction company here in Grenada that has the responsibility for creating access in a number of areas across the country, those that we call feeder roads and so. Mr. Maharaj, you're hearing us?
Yes, hi. Good evening, Ms. Noel. You hearing me?
Okay. Can you give us an overview as to what has been accomplished thus far in terms of the construction of feeder roads across Grenada?
Right. So first off, good evening to yourself, to the members on the panel, Minister Cox, Mr. Frederick, seasoned greetings to all, and good evening. Hanover has been on the feeder roads project now for about a year or so. The project comprises of 11 roads, and those 11 roads have vast amount of infrastructure to go with it. So those would be bridges, walls, box drains, resurfacing, and these roads comprise of the feeder roads package, which is 3 lots. We have been moving ahead swiftly, as we've heard others speak this evening. The COVID situation, the pandemic, has been one that has been extremely difficult, not only for the construction sector, but for all who is part of our sector, construction, and all other sectors. Grenada is impacted all over the world. All countries are impacted by this. And we have to find ways to ensure that we continue to move and produce. So over the last year has been challenging, but we found ways and means to ensure that we have roads that are completed, in particular St. George's Estate, Bel Air. We have some heavy works going on in Library, which also involves infrastructure works involving new water pipelines being installed. And we have about 3 other roads, so a total of about 7 roads on the go right now. We are in rainy season, and with rainy season, you're going to get your challenges, but we find means of ensuring that the works do move ahead.
Of works you would say have been completed thus far for 2021?
We in terms of the feeder roads project, we are, let's say, 40% completed on the total 3 lots, and we're hoping that next year we would be able to move steadfast and bring that up to at least 85% or so on the entire project.
Okay, thank you very much. We move now to Mr. Carlton Frederick. Mr. Frederick, as I mentioned in the beginning, infrastructure, we've seen a lot of government as well as private infrastructure. Can you enlighten us now in terms of number of plans approved and so for projects on the private side of things from the physical planning?
Okay, thank you very much, Sharian, for giving me the opportunity to be here. Quite a long time, I have not been here.
Okay.
And I also want to agree with what you mentioned earlier on what Prime Minister said and also what Minister Cox said with regards to whenever there is a pandemic or there is, hurricane, storms, whatever, and there is a disaster, construction is the one that drives the economy. Traditionally, that's the way it is, and to this day, it is proving true, coming through this. For the year 2021, we have seen an upsurge in development applications, quite a lot of them. In fact, different ones, residential, commercial and residential, hotel developments, question of subdivisions of land, and so on. All these things come in. But if we would look at 2019 as the base year for us, in 2019, we had a total of 726 applications approved for us. In 2020, though, it moved down to 586. But this year, it is now up to 684 applications, a difference to the year before, 2020, of about 100 applications. And those are the figures for those things. In terms of complaints that we have dealt with and matters that we have dealt with regards to development everywhere, we see again, look at the statistics in 2019, which is the base year I am looking at as our with our figures. We had 155 in 2019, and we do have now 140 this last year, 2020. But this year it is down by 100 to 120, meaning that we were able to answer or deal with a number of these calls coming into us and a number of issues with regards to development issues such like boundary disputes, water in the lands and so on. But we have quite a lot of developments that we're dealing with, legal and also illegal developments.
If I should ask though, in terms of the approvals, are we seeing a spread across the country or is concentrated to one part of the country?
Now, we have seen increases everywhere, including carriacou. But we have to agree that St. George's, in the St. George's area, the south of the country, and now it's spreading into the St. David's area, is where most of the developments and most of the issues are right now. As a result of that, we had the zoning with regards to some of what we let our building inspectors do. We have the western zone, the northern, and so on. What we have brought down to St. George's a number of our building inspectors, to deal with the matters that are arising in the St. George's area, quite a lot, and of course the St. David's area.
You were saying that the general outlook for 2021 was good in terms of approvals and construction and so.
Yes, it would be better, and not only that, we have done some improvements in the department, and that we are promised to be able to be, with the staffing, to actually improve on the staffing and so on. So I would expect that we would be able to have the capacity to be able to do much more. Not only do we want to give the approvals, but we want to follow through with the development. We want to be able to visit when the development is going on to ensure that they are complying with the planning, with the applications that are approved, and to be able to offer advice with regards to how you should go forward. So that is quite important for us.
Minister Cox, back to you. In terms of looking forward to 2022, I know one of the major construction projects is that of the Western Main Road corridor, but that is not the only thing that is going to happen in 2022. Just give us an insight as to what is going to happen infrastructure-wise as we enter 2022.
Well, you're quite correct. And apart from planned work, we also have a percentage of our tasks set aside for unplanned work because we know you have the hurricane season and there can always be challenges, infrastructure, sometimes a particular a bridge or something may give way, or a particular incident or so. So we have those unplanned work as well. Well, for 2021, as Mr. Maharaj would have indicated, the feeder roads is a critical project for us. We have a number of roadways to commence and to make the impact that is desired for, and that is most important for us. So it's not just the work, but the outcomes. When those work are completed, the farmers in this case, in case of the farm roads, they get the use of the road, and in turn we see the impact that we're looking for. We also have critical work to do on the Mount Morris Road. Once we completed with the Western Corridor and the Molyneux area, we have to rehabilitate that road. But for 2022, a major achievement was centered around our main roadways in terms of relaying asphalt throughout. We have a significant work in terms of NAWASA, which is also part of my responsibility as well. We have significant major work in terms of upgrade to our sewer system from St. George's all the way down to the south. That is a critical project that goes together with our road development work. It goes hand in hand. So that is something that we're going to be looking towards as well. But a lot of our work would be centered around ensuring that our main roadways are relayed properly and in a complete way, so that most of the maintenance work that you see taking place right now would be moved more into the community areas, the smaller roads, the by roads, and not on the main roadways. We need to fix that. That has been a major challenge for us, but we have put some measures in place. We are pretty comfortable about that. And we have NBIA, which is a significant project as well. Significant work is carded for NBIA to have those upgrades for 2022. So we have a lot on our plate. We are very excited about that. But I think one of the things that our intervention is that I'm personally more interested in and which has really moved me more is that the ability of our intervention, how it has been able to create jobs for a number of persons directly and indirectly. I think that is something that has stayed with me, especially for persons who have been impacted in significant areas. You have a number of persons who have lost a job on the airport in terms of in cases like in Liat, persons who in the cultural sector, I have close friends who have not been able to get gainful employment because their business is centered around that. And so we have not had anything in that side of the sector in any positive way for the past 2 years. And so they have to survive. And so it gives you you know, it kind of brings you home, make you to understand how important that what you do on the infrastructure side and how much that has helped to create job opportunities for persons, even business opportunities as well. I think that is one of the things that is not being looked at and not being talked about much, but persons focus more on the hardcore infrastructure. But it is something that we have discussed and continue to discuss at the management level to ensure that the social side of what we do is also recognized. Because I think without people, why are we doing this? And so it is something that, that we are very cognizant of how our work when we implement and how it impacts the lives of ordinary people, especially through employment creation. That is something that we are going to be focusing on for 2022 to see much more opportunities that we can create and how we can impact all sectors, agriculture, tourism, all the sectors, even the manufacturing side, wherever we can. We are going to do that to ensure that persons are impacted in a positive way.
Minister, our segment is quickly out of time, but I just want a quick response from you because we're looking into projects and so that is going to come on stream in 2022. One of the challenges in 2021 was the supply of asphalt and the ready-mix concrete. Any plans to look into that to ensure that once the projects start to unfold in 2022, that problem will be able to be addressed?
Well, we would have been doing some work in that area and then some opportunities would have been created as well. And so we are confident that within the first quarter of 2022, we should have at least minimum, 3 suppliers of asphalt on an island. So that is something that we feel comfortable about. It's something I've been working on today. I'm having some discussions on ensuring that all the machines are in place to ensure that we realize that is going to be critical for us. So without going into details, we should have three suppliers producing asphalt for us on island, not only just for government work, but also for other private work as well. So we feel comfortable with that. We know that there are going to be some challenges on the input side and the consumables, getting them here because of shipping and other things like that. And we know that price is going to be an issue in 2022 because we see a little spike again taking place with COVID, and that is going to affect shipping outside of Grenada. So we are looking at it, we are paying attention, but we are ready to go in terms of our asphalt outlays. So that was one of our major. But in terms of the concrete side, we also had some shortages with cement as well, as you would have realized, which is a good thing. Some people may say it's bad, but it's a good thing. It means that demand is there. So those are critical indicators for us. So we have done quite a bit of work. We would have done over 250 concrete roads separate and apart from our major work. We have done 90-something schools. I mean, so that is quite a bit of work, and we are very much happy that we were able to get that done. As I said, it's just we're working together, working through some of those challenges, understanding the sector and how things go. And that is the reason why we have been quite successful in that regard. So we look forward to 2022, and we believe that we can get this done. Yeah, it's doable.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's a rather good note to end your segment on, so people know that things are in play to ensure that come 2022, once projects unfold, supply will be able to meet demand to an extent. Viewers, we want to say a special thanks to Senator Nolan Cox, also to Mr. Richard Maharaj, who joined us via Zoom, and Mr. Carlton Frederick. What we do now, we head over to Mr. Byron Campbell, who has with him Carleen Purcell, the CEO of the CBI program.
Okay. Well, welcome back. I was looking for the signal. We have with us Carleen Purcell. Ms. Purcell, you are, of course, the acting CEO at the CBI program. Welcome to this GIS program, Year in Review. This program is a critical one for Grenada. from the point of view that the earnings from the CBI program is used as a point of revenue for the government of Grenada to finance many important investment programs. But could you tell us how the program, tell us about the program for 2021, but more or less focus how did COVID-19 affect it, and when you compare to 2020, what impact, if at all, the COVID-19 had on the CBI program?
Okay. Well, first of all,
Good evening.
let me see. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure being here. In terms of our performance, 2019 has been, well, COVID-19 actually presented some challenges worldwide to most programs, most economies.
Mm-hmm.
The CBI program, however, is one of our non-taxable type of program. So we are able to earn without being dependent on the performance locally. As a result of that, the program has in fact been a lifesaver. While most sectors were seeing downturns, the COVID-19 presented a unique situation that allowed programs worldwide to have increased in the demand as business persons around the world and persons just looking to widen their reach, not depend on any particular economy, because they've seen what a pandemic like COVID can do. So persons are looking for opportunities to invest in other economies. As a result, the demand for the program worldwide has benefited, and obviously we would have benefited significantly from that as well.
Okay, of course, the revenue from the CBI program, as you rightly said, finance a number of sectors within the economy. If you can bring us up to date about the success, or what exactly is happening within these programs. In your view, how successful they've been, how these projects are going, what are some of these projects?
So when we're looking at, so the CBI projects themselves, we've had, most of those projects have been in the tourism sector. And persons may ask why, but a few years ago, there was a plan for us as an economy to build our room stock, our hotel room stock, that would allow us to be able to therefore attract, more visitors, more airlines, that. So there was a holistic plan. So it's not by chance. The focus has been in the past on the tourism sector. And we can see that, the tourism sector has a serious multiplier effect on so many of the other sectors, including agriculture. And that is one of the areas now where, we're looking to see if we can attract some, business in that area, attract developers in that area, because we know it goes hand in hand. As the demand increases in the tourism sector, the persons in the agriculture sector would benefit as well. But the projects that have been ongoing have been, they've continued throughout the pandemic. And for many of them, they would have continued to employ persons, especially in construction, because most of them are in that phase. So during that construction phase, that's one of the sectors that, while there were shortages of material and that sort of thing, they continued throughout the pandemic. So it was actually a sector in terms of the projects that are being developed through the CBI program, those continue to exist during the program. However, the investment, so while the projects are happening, persons will continue to invest in those programs, in those projects that allow for them to be built out. And as that is happening, we would have seen that we would have experienced almost 40% increase in our numbers.
In 2021?
In 2021.
What was the revenue generated in 2021? You speak about in 2021.
Yes, so in 2021, we're on trend to have a almost 40% increase in our revenue generation.
What does this equal?
We're looking at over $150 million.
What's the plan for, what was the projections rather for 2022?
For 2022, we're ambitious. And we're going to be doing some things in that area. So we're looking to take that up to closer to $300 million.
One of the comments you hear on the CBI program around is transparency. Insufficient information is out there. The public doesn't know enough about it. More information. Are you satisfied with the present information level from your office? Does the public know sufficient about how it works? Do you think more information would be useful there?
Yes, I believe more information is useful. Like everything else, even with the COVID-19, we realize that, to get information, to get out there and to stick with persons, it's repetition. And I can't say that we have been doing enough of that in terms of repeating. As it regards to transparency, though, the list of projects that are funded through the NTF funds, that comes through as a result of the CBI program. That is listed every year you can see it in the estimates.
You have a website also? Okay. Yeah.
We have a website,
yeah.
But our website, so the projects being invested in by the use of the funds, that comes through the Ministry of Finance. So Finance is the one that would, dictate in terms of,
they manage
the funds. Yeah. Like all the other government funds.
So the CBI role, your role as a CEO there, is to publicize the fund, to manage the fund in terms of the applications processing.
Yes, the processing.
That is what you do.
The processing, and that is a key part as well. And I think persons are misinformed in terms of the due diligence process. Persons applying for to become a citizen and to invest in the program. One of the benefits of investment, that type of investment, obviously, is becoming a citizen. And that process is a tedious one. It's a diligent one. Or due diligence is second to none. We can boast of that because it's a very vigorous one. We have due diligence happening at varying levels of the process, from the time the application comes in, at the marketing agents level, at the local agents level, at the banks level, so it's not, we take pride in that.
What's the duration like? How long, what's the average time for an application to an approval?
Yes, so it can be anywhere from about, we've seen some 40, 45 days, all the way up to 90 days, 120 days. And I'm saying that with a caveat, simply because sometimes we have to inquire. We have to go back for information. So there's that, sometimes you go back to get additional information on that particular application based on what was found in the process of, the due diligence and that sort of thing. So it varies. Each application is different. There are some standard things that must be submitted, and we tend not to lapse on those things.
So for 2022, as you talked about, your projection is there. You're looking to increase your earnings from 2021. Any lessons learned from 2021? And also the question is, everybody asks, is where are your applicants coming from? What's the main, not so much the country, but the geographical area? Where is it coming from?
Asian market, African market, both East and Northern Africa. We're seeing some uptake in the Indian market, because things that affect these other markets affect us as well. They would have increased corporate taxes in India, and we're seeing the effects of that positively, right? So it's been changing.
And what about the competition? Of course, it's not like you're operating there by yourself and you're the only CBI program.
Yes.
Tell us about the competition. What are you up against? What are you facing?
Well, the program is being executed by many countries around the world. Even some of the top countries in the US, Canada, they have different forms of migration programs, right? They may not call them CBI, but in the Caribbean, it's becoming even more popular. We have 2 new islands getting into the game for looking like 2022 as well. Worldwide, from South American countries to
So what is our advantage here?
Our advantage, the fact that we still have our citizens, a Grenadian citizen, still have access to E2. This is one of the main advantages that we have. Still have access to E2 visa, us as Grenadians.
What's the E2
which
visa?
gives any Grenadian citizen an opportunity to apply for an E2 visa, which gives them the opportunity to legitimately register and start a business in the U.S.
So due diligence is critical.
It is critical. It is critical.
And you oversee this process.
Yes.
And this continues in 2022 in a normal way.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Ms. Purcell, I want to thank you very much. Your final word here.
Well, all I can say is that, we at the CBI is going to continue. We understand, the unique position that we're sitting, especially as we continue to feel the effects of COVID-19. And we would continue at the CBI to push the product, to continue to maintain the integrity of the product as we grow and are able to contribute to the Grenadian economy.
Thank you very much, and all the best for 2022.
Thank you.
We take a short break and we return for in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Sherian, whoa, what an evening. Interesting, what's clear here is that the pandemic affected most sectors, certainly those but there were lessons learned, there's projections for 2021, which indicates growth and more positive things. So I think the pandemic, that's what registered, that's what seems to have, particularly education, for example, closure of schools and how children may have been affected. Health, we learned that because of the pandemic, the other sectors of health or the other areas of health, whether it's primary health care and other services, may have gotten less attention, This is not good, and we also know that we have an increase in infections coming and how health prepares itself for 2022. So not an easy way going forward. Yes, challenging, it looks like.
From listening to all the ministers, it really did tell us that the pandemic hit each and every sector. But one of the important takeaways, when we listened to health and we listened to the minister and they spoke of how they dealt with the COVID, but when you came to the segment with the director, Dr. Carol McIntosh and P.S. Hannah St. Paul, and you got an appreciation that even if the pandemic hit hard, the number of services that will be improved in the hospital, general hospital, and in primary health care within 2022, it is applaudable. The dialysis units, the CT slice, and even for carriacou, most times some accident up there, they have to come down to Grenada for an X-ray. There's no X-ray machine there. So the pandemic has
so it's good to look at the positive aspect of it. And in education, one of the positive aspects was the e-learning. E-books are coming, tablets are out. So it's a new, there's an integration of both physical learning and e-learning. So, and clearly I think the pandemic would have pushed this, And we see it even in business, in terms of Zoom conferences, persons are traveling overseas less. So we have to look at the positive aspect, but at the same time, not let our guards down as we learn.
Because we see
the numbers are going up.
How
do we manage this? And again, the message has to be very clear. It was echoed by Dr. Sean, the minister, that even as the holidays is on, our personal behavior matters. We have to take a personal and self-responsibility for our actions. I think that is a critical point that we need to repeat.
Okay, and also we got some important pointers from the physical planning in terms of the amount of private dwellings and business and commercials that has been improved in terms of the spread across the country. We listened to what happened with the feeder roads, the percentage of it that is over, and I think access is extremely important. And I think you sat there, I sat there, and one of the important things.
That worked well. I just want to say that point though. Construction clearly would have been the dominant growth sector. Some consistency there, because even when the COVID, the lockdown, construction was allowed to function. So and good arrangement. Kudos to GIS.
I realize you're liking it on the outside.
Absolutely, I think so. It's better than a closed studio,
I
definitely.
think it's important for us to let them know as we wrap that we continue tomorrow evening from 5 p.m. We do apologize for the brief delay this evening.
Yeah.
But in tomorrow's segment of our year in review, we will be dealing with agriculture, tourism, sports and culture, social development and housing, and finance and the economy. So those are some of the areas that the viewing audience can look forward to hearing the various ministries and other stakeholders speak to as to what happened in 2021 and the plans to move forward in 2022.
So we look forward to that.
We do.
We'll see our guests, our audience tomorrow.
Thank you, most viewers. This is where we come to the end of day one of our GIS year in review for 2021. I want to say a special thanks to the entire GIS team, and it's important. There are so many names. We have Oswin, we have Nihal, Leroy, Davel, Abigail, Rikisha, Ron Diali. You also have Miss Leslie Johnson, you have Nerissa, you have Andriel. The entire GIS crew came minds together and gave you this beautiful production this evening. So we're looking forward to sharing it with you again tomorrow. Until next time, I'm Sherry and Noel. Thank you very much for being a part of day one of the GIS year in review. Welcome back. This is the GIS Year in Review 2021, and as said before the break, we have with us now the Minister for Agriculture, Lands and Forestry and also Labor, the Honorable Peter David, and Tamara Prosper. She is the Marketing and Business Development Manager at the MNIB, and they're both here this evening for us to recap what has happened in agriculture over the past 12 months. I am going to begin with the Honorable David, and first I would want you to share with us just what would you say are some of the biggest developments or achievements for agriculture in 2021?
Well, first of all, let me thank you for having me here to discuss 2021. Of course, anything done in 2021 must be seen in the context of COVID. COVID is an overarching phenomena that affects all of us. First of all, I think the biggest achievement we had was the fact that we had growth. There was a 9.4%, 9.6% growth into 2021 compared to 2020 when we had a 12.2, I think, decline in contribution in 2020. So that is the overarching achievement. But there are a couple of things that we did. We doubled last year the year of production and organization and production, and we did reestablish the Granbra farm. It's now, that's over 100 acres. It's up in production now. We did bring the cabinet and have agreed on the land policy, which has to do with land management and land use that people have been calling for years. I mean, agricultural land space. 1975, when I think it was 46,000 acres of land was under agricultural production. It's gone down in 2012 to about 23,000 acres. So the decline in land availability for agriculture or land use for agriculture has certainly affected agriculture in Grenada. The fact that we now have a land use policy that has been brought before cabinet, agreed upon, and before all stakeholders in the country is an extremely important achievement. And then we have things like the land bank that we've started to train young people and older people and given land to utilize. I think those are some of the most important things for us.
Okay, so what would you say were some of the bigger challenges?
Well, again, the biggest challenge, COVID, but even outside of COVID, investment in the agricultural sector is something that we we've been challenged over the years. There's difficulty in getting finance into the sector, getting, you hear about investments in tourism all the time, in other sectors, but agriculture has been a challenge. And there are good reasons for that. Agriculture is seen as not a good investment because of the returns. But I think now with more innovation, and we've dubbed this year the year of innovation and transformation, with more innovation in agriculture, we'll be able to produce more, which means there'll be more returns. The fact that we've been campaigning to have CBI become actively involved in the agricultural sector. I think finance, and we've been working with entities like GDB, and we intend to work with the credit union so that young people coming into the sector can find resources. As I always say, it's easier to pick up a minibus from a bank in a couple of days than it is to get an agricultural project going. So I think that is a big challenge, in addition to the issues of labor and other issues. But I think finance in the sector is one of the biggest challenges we have to address.
And when we look at agriculture, if we're going to talk performance of agriculture, and we look at it in the context of the overall national output this year, what would you say?
I would say we've done extremely well. I mean, the fact that we've established growth in the sector, it means that more people are employed. We spent over $1.3 million in the farm labor program. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars getting the estates up and running. We've given assistance to the nutmeg and the cocoa associations. The nutmeg and cocoa have done extremely well over the last year. If you look at nutmeg prices internationally, they have risen. The nutmeg associations continue to buy, cocoa is buying. So the government has contributed to that. Government has given millions of dollars over the years to the nutmeg and cocoa sector. So I think agriculture overall is doing well. Soursop, our new green goal, as they call it, is, you can't produce enough soursop for particularly the US market. We are blessed as the only country in the world that can bring in the raw fruit into the United States. So, and there are other products, sugar apple, custard apples, what we call the anonas. The US, there's a particular arrangement between the US and Grenada that gives us the access. And there are many young farmers getting into the sector who are now doing soursop, and some of them wanting to do sugar apples. So I think yes, we've contributed a lot. We've contributed to employment. And I do say that one of the good things about COVID is that it has told everybody that agriculture is critical. Tourism is important, linkage with agriculture. But agriculture, COVID has taught all of us, everybody now wants to be a farmer. And I'm absolutely happy to be the farmer's representative in the government in this period of COVID.
I think this is a good juncture to bring in our representative here from the Marketing and National Importing Board. Tamara, we've listened to the minister. He's spoken about all that has been happening. And importantly, so he mentioned about, export and so on. We do know that the Marketing Board plays a pivotal role in getting goods out of Grenada. What would you say are some of the achievements of the MNIB through 2021, adding to what the minister just said?
Thank you, Sherry, and I fully endorse what the minister has just said in regards to agriculture and its development. In terms of exports from the MNIB perspective, we are moving steadily to ensure that we always have a supply of our export products. We have continued with our export in a significant way, hired skilled personnel who would propel our sales, and our soursop has been doing extremely well on the export market. Important to note too is that we have regained and renewed our FDA approval so that we can continue to have facility. Our facility is approved and accredited to be the exporter to the US, and we are extremely proud of that. We must attest to the fact that COVID has interrupted a bit of the flight schedule, but we still continue to surpass. Actually, we have realized 82% of our targets. So in the area of export, this is one area that we see that it could bring us financial viability. So we continue to push that and to make sure that all of our benchmarks, what has been working, we continue to make that our priority so that Grenada is known for quality produce on the export market.
I know everything we speak of these days, COVID forms part of it, but in terms of the farmers who contribute towards the MNIB, what were some of the programs and so organized by the MNIB to help them through this pandemic?
Right.
Well, MNIB continues to partner and to dialogue with farmers because we feel that the success of the farmer is the success of the MNIB. So we always have dialogues when we go to the farms, that's one direct. But important also to note in the building of capacity is that recently we've had a beet production workshop, and we see beet as a produce that has great demand year-round. So we facilitated and funded a workshop for farmers where we taught them the processes of beet production. That's one. Very recently, funded by the FAO and the Ministry of Agriculture, we partnered and facilitated another workshop on post-harvest handling of root and tuber crops. And this is important to us because very recently, Marketing Board has launched the Uncle's Tanya log porridge mix. And we can see that things like the Tanya, the root crops such as the Tanya, the Dasheen, the Edos would become part of the value addition. And we see that our partnership with farmers would help to propel the industry. So one sector can't do it alone, so it's important that we partner. And we continue to engage our stakeholders and our strategic persons in the sector, in the value chain, the supply chain, so that, as again, our success, their success is our success in the industry.
Okay, I want to move back over to the minister because in 2021 there were a number of issues, a contentious one, if I may say so. One being the possible merger between the Grenada, I think it was the cocoa and banana. Any update on that?
Nutmeg.
Cocoa and nutmeg, sorry. Cocoa and nutmeg, sorry.
Yes. No. First of all, let me say that I quite agree with the sister from the Marketing Board. It's a pity that Marketing Board is under the Ministry of Finance, but I am still campaigning to bring it back under the Ministry of Agriculture. So hopefully we'll be able to work much closer in the future. But I want to endorse the word she said, particularly when she speaks about Edos and the Dasheen and so on. In fact, I was reading an article last week that says Dasheen is becoming a big product internationally. So I just want to say that before I respond to your question. With respect to the merger, yes. The merger of cocoa and nutmeg is something that appears to be contentious, but it's not that contentious. I must say that I think farmers agree. In my interaction with farmers, both at the individual level and through the associations, we all agree that merger is necessary. Because it makes no sense having two boards, two associations, two sets of administrative expenses when they're doing the same thing. And they could just do it for the two different products. So they bringing the commodity boards together, I think, is accepted by all. And it would mean less money spent on administration, more money spent for the farmers. And that's what these associations are there for. So I think there's general agreement. What the problem is, and we've reinstated now the committee that is going to be reviewing it going forward, comprising the boards, the two boards, and the government. The big issue that is outstanding on merger is the assets. Because when you have assets of nutmeg, assets of cocoa, when you're merging, persons who are in one of the associations want to ensure that they maintain their value going into the next association. They don't want to have their value diluted by the merger. So I think the committee that's going to meet, and we are meeting in early January, is going to set up a mechanism to determine the assets, to determine how we merge the two entities. But I think in principle, we have agreement that we will merge. The question now is the mechanism. And as you're well aware, when you hear two big companies merging, it's not easy. So we are going to get it done. I'm assured by everybody involved.
And another of the issues rolling through 2021, the issue of the decriminalization of marijuana. It has been under your purview. Give us a scorecard for 2021.
Well, no, I think the report on the Caribbean Commission years ago resulted in there being a move through the region. This is not a Grenada issue, through the region. In fact, we are late in coming to it. And the Commission recommended decriminalization as a step in direction, decriminalization of a small amount. The purpose of that is to ensure that young people, you know, I represented many persons in criminal court over the last 20 years. And there are young people who are at university. They came with a small piece of marijuana, they may get a criminal record, and they end up having to leave university, having to not become an engineer, not become a doctor, not becoming, because of the fact that they get a criminal record. So decriminalization means this. And we have presented legislation to the Parliament in the last sitting that is sitting in Parliament. The proposal in the legislation is that persons with 1 ounce can have 1 ounce of weed in their house, of cannabis in their home, and 4 or 5 trees. It depends on where we end up with it. They cannot go out with it. They cannot smoke it outside. But it's not a criminal offense if they caught with it. So it's like getting a parking ticket. It's like getting a speeding ticket. You pay the ticket, so it is not legal. In other words, people are not allowed to go around the streets and smoke herb out in the open. You can do it in the privacy of your home, in the privacy of your own space, but publicly you're not allowed to do it, or else you will get a ticket. The reason why we're given a ticket is so that young people do not end up with a criminal record. And it's happened throughout the region, from Jamaica in the north to Trinidad in the south, and the results have not been as catastrophic as some people would have us believe. So that is the step we are taking. The legislation is before the Parliament. Of course, the other part of the legislation allows Rastafarians to use cannabis in the tabernacle because they use it as a sacrament, and they must be allowed to use it as a sacrament in their tabernacle.
I know we are very tight for time, and when we have you, there is so much information, so much things happening for you to recap.
Time runs when you're enjoying it.
That's right. But before we let you off, though, there are 2 areas I would like you to reflect on for us for 2021. The issue of predial larceny and the problem within the agricultural sector, and part 2, labor issues.
Well, with respect to predial larceny continues to be a challenge, and it's a development issue because many farmers are threatening to leave the industry because of it. I think we've done some stuff, the private sector has done some stuff in terms of using technology. Technology must be used as a deterrence to that. Other than that, we are talking to the Royal Grenada Police Force about upscaling the predial larceny task force. It must not be seen as a bottom of the rung task force. It must be seen as an important task force, as important as the fire brigade, the fire service. Why? Because predial larceny is like a fire raging through the sector. So we must treat it as important with vehicles, with training and everything. So we are talking, and hopefully early, within the first 3 months, there will be some rollout of some mechanism. With respect to labor, well, we had some contentious issues, but thankfully, and I want to thank the unions, thank the workers, thank the government, thank the private sector for working with us in the Ministry of Labor to have them resolved. I think we were able to resolve them, the most contentious being the 4% issue. Then we had COVID-19. COVID-19 brought on all kinds of issues with respect to employer-employee relationships. And thank God, through the cooperation, and I want to thank everybody, through cooperation of both the unions and the private sector, and the public sector, I must say, the government. I think government was able to compromise. The unions and the workers came to a compromise, and fortunately for us, we are entering the new year with a stable, very calm, placid industrial climate. I do hope that it's maintained throughout the year, but any issues that come up, I believe that the Ministry of Labor, and we are planning some overhauls in the ministry, will be able to deal with the issues confronting us in the Ministry of Labor.
As we wrap, I'm just going to go to the lady, just looking forward to 2022. For MNIB?
Yes, well, of course, MNIB, we're anticipating a very productive, a very stable 2022 with a new directorship of Ms. Afia Joseph, recent CEO, our recent launch of our e-commerce website, which is www.mnib.gd. And all that we have put in place from 2021, we will capitalize on it and continue to serve our farmers, serve our customers, serve the country as the largest purchaser of fresh produce, of agro-processed products and so on. We can continue that mandate and to build on our institutional pillars, you know? Right. So we look forward to increase disposable income and everybody eating a piece of the pie, if so to speak, come 2022.
Okay. Minister David, and for Agriculture and Labor, looking into 2022 as you wrap?
Yes, I think the big thing for us now with agriculture is research. I think we need to establish, as I said, the year is dubbed Innovation and Transformation. I don't think we'll be able to transform the sector unless we do more research into new products. I think Marketing Board knows that there's a lot of new products that the market can take. So we need to determine what are these new products, how much we can produce. In addition to that, the land use, we need to ensure that we get more land. And we want to work with the private sector. There's a lot of idle land sitting there, both in the government and the private sector. We want to find a way to partner with the private sector in order to ensure that more land is brought under production. And the last thing that we want to do is to establish the Maribo facility as the headquarters for agriculture. The farmers must have more access. The Ministry of Agriculture must become more service-oriented. And in order to do that, the farmers must have access. So we want the extension services based at Maribo, the agronomy section based at Maribo, the pest control section at Maribo. Everybody at Maribo, even the minister, should have an office in Maribo so that the farmers can have easy access to the Ministry of Agriculture, so that we can do what we are mandated to do, which is to serve the farmers of this country.
Thank you very much, viewers. We are speaking there with the Honorable Peter David, the Minister for Agriculture, Lands, Forestry and Labor, and also with Tamara Prosper, Marketing and Business Development Manager at MNIB, as we review 2021. We take a break. When we come back, we get in.
Good evening. And we're here this afternoon with Mr. Leo Gabbard. He is the president of the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association. Good evening, sir. How are you? Spectacular. Spectacular. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're looking at your sector for the past year, a review. We think about COVID as we think about 2021. We think about lockdown. We think about reduction in tourists coming to Grenada. As you look at the year and you review the year, what are some of the highlights, sir?
Sure. Actually, I've got to say we're coming up to New Year's Eve, and last New Year's Eve we basically closed the hotel, and a lot of the hotels were closed all the way through because things were really very bad. The previous year was not too bad in the respect that we had a winter season. This year we had no winter season at all, and that is pretty devastating for hotels because we bring in most of our revenue during 4 months of the year, the winter months. So for us, this year started off really very badly, and we had a really tough time. And it's the point that we were talking about the situation with COVID. We had to be sensible about it. So at the time we chose life over livelihood. And also we didn't know how COVID-19 was passed on. Now we're well into it and we do know how things are passed on, and we do know how to deal with it, and Grenada has dealt with it very well, and the world is starting to deal with it in a better way.
When you talk about a year ago, you were closing down, and you think about the fact that the sector that you represent, what is it, 40%? And we could talk about that, 40%. But let's put it in perspective. These are people. These are hundreds of young persons that are employed in this sector. So they would have been unemployed. How did your sector support them? What happened to all your workers and the people who serve this industry, particularly in the hotels?
Actually, there's two things that you mentioned there. Let me talk about the sector first of all, because you talked about 40% of our GDP. 40% of our GDP is tourism, and that's recognized. In actual fact, it's 65%. And the reason it's 65% is that SGU is 25% of our GDP. And the people at the university are basically tourists. They're long-term tourists,
Yeah.
but they fly in, they use accommodation, they have meals here, so they're long-term tourists.
So they logically fall into your sector.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
So it's 65% of our GDP. And when it comes to people who are in our sector, we're the hospitality sector. So we depend on people, and we depend on our team members, and our team members are vital to us. In actual fact, they're more vital than anything. And so all of us as hoteliers consider everybody who works within our organization as family. And it's really upsetting when we are in a position where they can't work. So, but there is a good thing. With hotels, they can't stop. So you have to have people coming into gardening, you have to have people coming in and cleaning, you have to have people on maintenance. So there's always something.
So there was an
that's going-
operational cost,
Yeah.
a running cost,
Of
even
course.
though you were close
Oh,
to
big,
guests.
a big cost, actually.
Okay.
A huge cost. So we did keep our people going as best we possibly can. The previous year, the government were very good, and they had they were obviously pushing forward to people, and we got money to them. So and this year we're opening and closing. So there was a long sector that we were closed, and then lots of hotels were open, and then people were coming in.
As you talk about opening, though, was vaccination mandatory for your staff, for the sectorial staff, as you?
Yeah. Actually, we did a sensible thing, because we obviously tried to analyse what tourists require. The most important thing for anybody travelling to another country is safety of the individual, and they have to feel safe. So we analysed that and said, well, how do we make people feel comfortable and safe if they're travelling to us and they're fully vaccinated? So it wasn't a stretch for us to say, okay, well, let's make sure every tourist who comes to Grenada is fully vaccinated. And that was step one. Step two, okay, they're in Grenada, how do we make them feel comfortable then? Let's make sure that all of our team members are fully vaccinated.
What was the level, what the hesitancy among you call it team members, but among in the sector, and what was it like? What kind of percentage you?
Actually, there was some hesitancy, and that's, I don't think, unique to the hotel sector at all. But however, what we talked to with GTA was the fact that we needed to make sure that people were comfortable. So therefore, as we make sure people were comfortable, we had to have everybody fully vaccinated. So we created a bubble.
So moving forward, Leo, as we move forward through the year, how did it unfold? As you look at that year, as you reopen in May, fully, what was the last 6-7 months like for the sector?
Well, strangely enough, the summer is usually an awful time for tourism in hot climates like this. Because there's always short-term. People can fly from Europe to to warmer destinations. We had a really good summer, and we also August and September we were open, and they were really very good. So that's a calabash. Other hotels stayed open for a long while, and obviously their occupancy went all over the place.
Great.
And
We have
Leo,
we have Ms. Petra Roche. She's the CEO of the Grenada Tourism Association. Good evening, Ms. Roche. Are you there?
Good evening. Please call me Petra.
Good evening. How are you, Petra?
I'm
fine.
fantastic.
Good. I'm comfortable with
Thank you
that
very much
also.
for asking, and really lovely to be here with you both this evening.
Greetings. Tell me, of course, you would have joined the GTA 2021. Could you give us a brief review of that year since you've been there? What has happened, and how are you coping presently?
So I joined in July 2021, and I think that in a normal world, we would have been looking at devising a strategy that would be based on short, medium, and longer term. but because of the fluidity of the world that we're living in, 2021 really has been about focusing on the now. With things changing so rapidly, one of the things that we've had to ensure that we do is to be nimble and also keep up with all the information on everything that's going on around us. And again, that ability to pivot to remain ahead of the game is quite important. I was listening to you talk about the vaccination, and I remember before I came in, we were talking about the fact that the vaccine was going to be our savior, and we couldn't wait for travel to open up again and for the recovery to start. And then obviously with the vaccine came vaccine hesitancy, and then that sort of reluctance to adopt and governmental regulations and restrictions and protocols and all the complexity that came with it. So, you know, we've got to recognize that traveling pre-pandemic style is no longer. We therefore are adapting and innovating to ensure that we get our piece of the pie whilst ensuring that we balance lives and livelihoods. And I think if we put things into perspective as well, the airline industry estimated that it lost $201 billion US in COVID-related losses for 2021. And that's almost 9 or 10 years of earnings, so that we can put that into perspective. And you think about the national debt of Grenada, it's 2.06 billion EC. So the losses that the airline industry suffered were over 200 times our national debt. So what we need to ensure, and we're working very, very closely with the GHTA and the Ministry of Health, etc., is that we look at focusing on a customer who is based on quality versus quantity, and the fact that people are staying longer, then we have opportunities in terms of development of product and that trickle down effect that we can really, really leverage. And one of the things that we are prioritizing is ensuring that we've got service excellence, because we've got to make sure that after all the difficulty of people getting to our shores, that we really wow them. We give them the wow factor so that they become our mouthpieces, and we ensure that they keep coming. You know, we're very passionate about what the GTA can do in terms of being one of the major stimulants to resurging the economy. You know, in 2019, we had length of stay, which was nine days, I believe, across the globe. And the average daily spend was about $360. What we've done and seen in 2021 is that our length of stay has actually become longer. So visitors are staying on average about 13, 14 days. Their daily spend has gone down a little bit, but the fact that they're staying longer means ultimately that more money is being left in the economy.
Marketing is, of course, a big issue for the GTA. In fact, that's one of your main function, I'm to understand. What are the challenges you see emerging from a competition point of view? Because we are not alone, we are competing with others. What do you see as our advantage? And secondly, do you have the resources that is required, that you need as you look at 2022 going forward?
Well, I think we started from the premise that tourism is vital to the success of a lot of economies around the world, and everyone is fighting for that pie because it is a generous contributor to the economic viability of most countries, and it creates thousands of jobs and it develops the overall infrastructure. So there is no doubt that it is absolutely critical to the health of our nation. Whether or not we've got the resources, you know, everybody recognizes that we've got to pivot, as I said before, in these times. Everybody understands that they've got to do more than they did before, that they've got to do things that they weren't asked to do before. So I feel that each and every one of our team member members are committed to the cause and wants to ensure that the best comes out for Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And again, what we've done is we've extended our resources through working very closely with the GHTA, so that cooperation tends to give us a more robust return on what our on all our efforts. And I think back to November the 10th to the 17th, we actually decided to do a marketplace for the tour operators out of the UK, and we sat down and we did a planning session with the members of the GHTA, and each and every one who was called upon came on board, and they actually contributed either with hotel rooms or hosting dinners, hosting lunches, taking people out and about and understanding the intricacies of the Grenadian product. And we've got to recognize that if we're going to win, we have to be collaborative, and we have to ensure that we're aligned in our overall objectives and the initiatives and the strategy that we implement, because that way we don't waste precious resources at a time like this.
Petro, 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago, we resumed the cruise tourism in a limited way. There's limitations. The exposure to the tourists are limited. Not all sites are visited or available. Vendors market, and so there's limitations. But how do you see what would require in bringing this sector to its full complements?
I think we've talked about this at length, and the only way that we can do that is through vaccinations. That is a proven fact. Again, I'm not here to implore anyone to take a vaccine, but it is a proven fact, and we're being held back at the minute because of the lack of a high take-up of that vaccine. I think that we've seen really good take-up in the hospitality sector, and we actually have spun that narrative far and wide, because I don't think there's anywhere else in the world currently that has 100% vaccinated staff in the hotel and restaurant sector. So we really do need to applaud the efforts of the GHTA in ensuring that there is, an understanding of why we need to do that. I think we have massive responsibility, Byron, and I don't think that anybody who's involved in tourism or in health has slept well for a long time, because we constantly have to ensure that we balance that understanding of what our local sentiment is, what the local cultural nuances are, how we can protect our local community, and all that against the reality that we're fighting in a dog-eat-dog world for with loads of other destinations who want this tourism piece of the tourism pie, and who have a higher take-up of the vaccination, and therefore it's easier for them to open up their destinations. And that's the reality of the world that we live in. So rather than lamenting and trying to get stuck in a rut, what we've done is ensured that we've looked at alternative options. So that's where the bubble tours have come in. That's where the constant training comes in. That's where the communication continues. And, at the end of the day, we take this responsibility extremely seriously. One life lost is one life too many. But at the end of the day, the reality is that the world is moving on, and we've got to recognize that Grenada needs to move on with the world.
Thank you, Petra. I'll be back with you with one question before closing. Leo, looking at 2021, 22, of course, as we're moving forward to 2022, what are your concerns, any concerns at all, as you plan for 2022, as you hoping to return to some normalcy? What would be your concerns? What do you see as challenges for your sector?
Actually, wherever there's a challenge, there's got to be an answer. So what we need to do is to work on the basis that our product is a unique product, we need to get people here. So when it comes to one of the things that you talked about earlier, about have we got sufficient budget for tourism, my feeling is that we should run this country like a company. And with every company, the thing that you depend on most of all is sales. So, and the only way you can get sales in is by having marketing and marketing money. So I would make the Minister of Tourism responsible for all other parts of the budget, and say, you go and get the sales, and then we'll spend it on education, we'll spend it on health and so on. So actually, we've got some great people now involved with tourism. Barry Cullimore is a fantastic chairman. He's changed the way GTA thinks. We, the Hotel Association, we've got a fantastic dynamic board. We don't agree about everything, but that's great that we don't agree, because if we agreed about everything, we wouldn't get anywhere. So that's a really good situation. And when it comes to the hoteliers that are involved in our industry, they are passionate about the people who are our family and who work with us. And then when it comes time to the knock-on effect of tourism, it is maintained that every person that is employed in the hospitality sector, there's 5 other people who depend on the hospitality sector.
Capacity building for the sector, from management to waitresses to gardeners. Are you satisfied? Are you having the supply of these services, resources to the sector? Is it adequate? Is your organization involved in the planning to ensure that those jobs are met?
Well, actually, it's incumbent on us as hoteliers to create jobs, and we do. And one of the things about Grenada, which is excellent, is that we have been pushing towards the upmarket sector. Mm-hmm. So the upmarket sector spend more money, and also when it comes to the fact that we're a secure destination, very safe destination. With the upper market, you've got less possibilities of people causing trouble, and so our sector and our Grenada sector, the more upmarket we push, the better. So we've got 6 centres coming, we've got the Intercontinental coming. So there's a lot of things that are going on that are really very good for Grenada. We're going in the right direction. We've got a fantastic tourism minister. She is just remarkable in all that she does.
And this question is probably for Petra. She can come in. Petra, you can come in. The products. When I talk about the products, I'm talking about the sites, the entertainment. You know, where are we with the provision of these services or products to the visitor?
Well, when it comes to that, obviously GTA look after the product side of things. However, what happens is that as the industry is developing and growing, there's more opportunities. And one of the things that we've got in Grenada is we've got people who are entrepreneurial, and they see an opportunity. And as they see an opportunity, they will develop things.
Petra, you can come in here. We're talking about the products. Where are they?
So I think that one of the things that we ensure is that everything is based on research and the trends that are taking place internationally. But what we do, because we want to ensure that every experience is as authentic as possible, is that we then overlay that with our natural assets. So You look at, for example, things like agricultural linkages, and I'm a big agriculture warrior because I know that there is a great opportunity, especially through agricultural linkages that benefit the local community, for example, and that will give us the differentiation. I remember way back, maybe in 1998, when I had come to Grenada, and they said to me, oh, you put a pencil in the ground and it grows. And you've got that richness in terms of, you know, the quality and the taste and the, you know, of the fresh fruits and vegetables. So that whole concept of farm to table, which people are paying premium dollar for, this is something that we're really pushing, both through independent entrepreneurs as well as through the membership of the GHTA. And ultimately what we see, especially with the agricultural linkages, is that you've got the resources not only for food consumption, and that feeds into our whole food security, but also what happens is that we're actually limiting the amount of foreign exchange that we're sending out, and that means that there is more left in the community to spend on things like medicines, etc. But there has to be that renewed attention to developing our culinary brand. We've won lots of accolades. Most recently, the Caribbean Journal designated us culinary capital of the Caribbean again, and that was also again with being the first culinary capital in the world from the World Travel Association. So we need to continue to provide local organic food and strengthen those links between the farmers and restaurants, and shortening that food supply chain with that reduction of distance between the farm to plate. Again, we go back to ensuring that the local communities benefit from these diverse employment opportunities, and that we have responsible food production and consumption. And again, you think about it, what do people watch most on television now? They're always watching Bobby Flay or my great friend Marcus Samuelson, and we've got some amazing young chefs that are coming. And again, you talked about the bandwidth that we've got in terms of skills in the industry, and this is something that we also see as a priority. So we just actually hosted a competition which was Young Chef, Young Mixologist, and we had some amazing entrants who, again, what we want to do is give them that foot up and not only help them to produce outstanding you know, creations on their plate, but also included in that competition and the schedule was etiquette training, was media training, because ultimately we want them to have that sense of self-confidence. We want them to be able to vision. The industry is going to do well when we've got youngsters coming through who are visioning, who want to create the next best XYZ, who want to take all those traditional favorites that we've got and make them into something ridiculously amazing that we can then, you know, shout about around the world.
Thank you. I'm quickly running out of time here, but I want to thank you very much. We'll have to find another occasion to hear specifically from the authority on its full operations. Leo, final comments, you know. Given the challenges in 2021, what's the outlook for 2022? What is your hope as you look at 2022?
Actually, as we look at 2022, I'm of the belief that we're coming towards the end of the difficulties with COVID-19. I can only hope that is the case and that there's not going to be another surge. Yeah. I believe that because of what happened with Spanish flu. It just died out. So I'm hoping that that is the case. When it comes to tourism in general, there is a lot of people who want to travel. And what has happened with Grenada is we've got a fantastic reputation now, and people will come.
Thank you very much, Leo. I now pass you on to Sherian. We'll take a short break before Sherian comes on. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Byron. And with me now I have the Minister for Sports, Culture and the Arts, and also Fisheries, the Honourable Fisheries and Cooperatives, the Honourable Yolam Bain Horsford. And Ms. Horsford, 2021 has been, what a year.
What a challenging year 2021 has been. it has been so challenging for the Ministry of Sports, Culture, Fisheries and the Arts because most of our activities are outdoor. The fishermen go out to fish. Okay. The sportsmen, they're out there playing, practicing and preparing. So it has been very, very challenging for the ministry.
I know we will be joined as well by the coordinator for sports,
Right.
Colin Peters, via the Zoom platform. But you have so many different segues within your ministry. I want us to begin a bit and speak to culture and the arts. I know that is one of the areas that has been severely affected as a result of the pandemic. The musician, the artists and so weren't able to ply their trade. In terms of the Ministry of Culture, and you're looking forward into 2022, what are the plans?
Well, I know the first thing that comes on the agenda is Carnival, because people, been calling and asking more about Carnival than anything else. And we now have a new chief, a new chairman of culture, and
chairman of the Spice
Mass Corporation. And he has a deep interest in that, so we hope that he will be coming up with something very, substantial and lucrative, something that we can work with next year. The pandemic is still around and it's getting even worse now. We noticed that there have been an increase again. There's been a lull, and then we know we have we are moving high, increase. And so we hope that next year would be better so that we can, come out with the programs and projects that we have. It has been very difficult for the ministry in terms of the programs and projects they had in the schools. They weren't able to visit schools. As you know, schools are closed down. So we had online programs. We had to be very creative. We had to be able to come up with new strategies so that we can get our work done with the school children and the other entities that we work with. So they have come up with a lot of new programs online, and it was very, very lucrative programs. We had over 5,000 viewers viewing some of the programs that they came up with, and it worked well. I was surprised myself because actually music and so the people, meeting with the people, talking, teaching, training, that worked very well online. And so it wasn't that difficult in the end to express what we wanted to express to the populace out there.
And when it came to sports, we still, even if we were going through the actual pandemic, we saw that there were a number of young people who still went off on scholarships, and we must reflect a bit and review all that happened, because we did have a team that actually went to the Olympics and was very proud.
We did very well. I mean, regarding sports scholarships, a lot of young people have applied to the Ministry for support. And they would have applied for scholarships, and they may have received a scholarship. And so to support them while they're overseas, quite a few persons have applied to the ministry, and they did very well. Regarding the Olympics,
go ahead.
Regarding the Olympics, we had quite a few persons participating in the Olympics this year. It was amazing, to see the quality and the standard of performance, at the Olympics. Of course, we had, even the Paralympics, we had persons getting involved in that, Niall Cruikshank and Stacey, and they did very well, first starters out there. Grenada is doing very well sports-wise. There's no doubt about it. I don't know if it's because of this new stadium that we have had, and then the development that has been taking place throughout the island in terms of creating the enabling environment for sportsmen, young sportsmen, etc. We have been doing very, very well, and it's worth applauding, highly, the kind of performance that we're getting out of these young sportsmen and women. What I noticed about the sportsmen and women, they were not only thinking about the sport, but they're looking at the education as well.
The academic side of things.
The academic side of it, because both of them go very well together. And that is important, and they have been taking it very seriously. So, I think we are doing well. I think we have to continue to upgrade some of our programs and projects. We are looking at a sports policy that we are working on now, so we know exactly where we're going over a period of time and what we expect to achieve. We're looking at upgrading a lot of our playing fields and other areas that, we're looking at our physiotherapy center. It's been upgraded now. So we're looking at a whole balanced approach so that our young men and women who are interested in sports and who are really making a mark in sports, they have the environment to really kick it off.
Okay. Before we move into the fisheries and cooperatives, I think this is a good opportunity for me to bring in the coordinator of sports there to tell us, what are the plans looking forward into 2022 as we talk about athletics meets and all the importantly so, the elite program. Mr. Peters?
Hi, good afternoon with the minister.
Okay, so the minister just gave us an overview in terms of the Olympics and so, but I wanted you to touch a bit with us on the elite programs and the plans in place in motion for 2022 as we look at athletics. We know we have the pandemic still, but as it is said, we have to learn to live with it. So what are the plans from the Ministry of Sports to ensure that some form of athletics meet and so can be had in 2022?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. We are very excited. Athletics. We look forward to athletics in all different aspects of it, from the primary school to the secondary school to the international event. Even today, I had a short discussion with the president of the Principal Association. We will have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow. We will speak about intercall, and this will be a good. We haven't had intercall for the last 3 years. More, and we're looking forward to getting back that sports up and going. What we're also looking at giving the primary school the support so that we can continue with some of this primary school track and field meet, the inter-form meet, the inter-house meet, the inter-parish meet, the zonal meet. We have seen the Grenada Track and Field Association, Athletics Association, were able to host the first mini meet last 2 weeks, and this is the way forward. And we want to give that support, both technically and to make sure that the meet continue and happen so that some of the sports meet can happen in 2022. I heard you asked about the elite program. We must say we had some very good results for the first 2 years of the elite program. If you look now, you see Teddy Bishop, a part of the West Indies team playing right now. He's a member of the elite program, cricket program. He's under Junior Murray, which manages and coaching that program. We must say thanks to the Ministry of Youth for the financial assistance to the coaches. We have a total in cricket with about 24 persons. We also give the support to the Grenada Football Association, and we have some track and field persons, about 16, that are under elite program. The program is basically where we assist the athletes financially so that they can continue to train after they finish school, so that they could obtain scholarship, even go back and continue with some of the subjects that they missed. So we are working very hard to continue with the elite program at the top level, and also to continue with the primary school coaching and physical education program so that the sports can rebuild from the bottom and rebuild stronger.
So all in all, there has been some achievements in 2021 as it relates to sports.
Well, 2021 was very good for sports. If you look at very early, we had started with some international event. We host the South Africa team here in Grenada on a short notice against West Indies. We were able to have the cricket, the Dream 11 team. We started here for the first year. So it was, we also had in football, we had some international events. We had St. Vincent using here as the home ground for the football tournament to play against Cuba. I must say that we look at some association which I want to thank and see that they have done very well in continuing the sports at all the different levels. And if you look at the Football Association, Grenada Football Association, most salute to them and the president. They were able to have all football at all levels that help complement and strengthen the program that we were able to have in the primary and the secondary schools. And not only locally, you were able to get players to travel to represent the country. So it's look good. You look at cricket, and we were able to have through the Cricket Association with support from our coaches. We were able to have at the different levels, the parish competition, which is good. For at all levels, we were able to have national team. I say we are the Dreamy level 11. So we're looking to assist some way forward to assist some of the the smaller association, I must say smaller in the sense because they were able to have any competition this year, and I'm speaking that will give additional support to the Netball Association, the Volleyball Association. I spoke to the president. I see the Basketball Association were able to continue with the tournament that they had started before COVID. And we want to give to the ministry, we want to give the association the support in all aspects so that they could run the competitions that we have missed out so far in some of the schools at all the different levels. We also, when I say support, I'm talking human resources support through our coaches, some of the technical support, so that we can do some of the outreach programs to help boost in our sports in our community and our parish.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Peters, there for that overview as to what has happened thus far in 2021 for sports and what we are looking forward to in 2022. Minister, you also have the task of overseeing fisheries and cooperatives. How has things been within these ministries over the past 12 months?
Well, that too has been challenging, both entities. The Ministry of Fisheries have been going through a lot because we do not have the staff. You know, we are revamping the whole ministry now. We have a consultant who is looking at the objectives and looking at how we can reshape the ministry because, of the challenges that it's going through. It has been struggling for proper staffing for quite a while, and we saw the need to move quickly on it. So we had this consultant who worked for 6 months looking at the whole fisheries division, getting feedback from all around what is taking place and putting a plan in place so that we can move that division forward with all the new challenges, etc., that we are having. Also, airlift was a big problem. Getting the fish out, exporting the fish out. We have had challenges with airlift. It's amazing to know the amount of monies that you make, with exportation of fish. This year we had over $16.1 million, for exportation of fish. We made that. Over last year, that was 10.8 million, I believe. So we did very, very well this year, and we realized that we must get a lift in place. So we had several meetings, and the final, well, not final, but the last meeting we had for the year, we spoke with all the stakeholders, and we are looking at if we can attract new airlift to this country. And we are doing that in collaboration with all the stakeholders, including the Senator, including Minister of Tourism, and all of us. We have discussed that, plus the exporters overseas, those who, the importers, and so forth. So that is something that is serious. We have to do something about it. And this is not even the right figures,
That's just some approximates.
Approximately, because what happens to the other regional shipping and all of that takes place, all these little boats that take things out, and so we could never get the right figures to upgrade our gross domestic product. Every year we think about that, but we have to find ways and means of getting that organized. So fisheries is a very important area, and we have to do a lot of work there still. We're looking at protecting our coral reef and all the other things that make life, is life for the fish, We're looking at our conchs. That has been a problem. You're not able to ship out conchs out. We don't have what it takes to do that because we have to do the survey. CITES is asking for the survey, so we can know the quality, the quantity, and how, and so we are doing that at the moment. We got someone to come in to start working on that. So they would be going on the water and check and give a report, so we can give that report to CITES. And so all of that, is happening at the moment.
And in terms of cooperatives?
Cooperatives, well, cooperatives, there is a serious problem with cooperatives that we're looking at. As much as they are doing well with their public relations, visiting different cooperatives, making sure that their action, things are happening, with the regulations, etc. But people are still having difficulty forming cooperatives here in Grenada. Because I believe it's the size of the cooperatives. You have to have at least 10 persons involved. Now people are saying to me, break it in two. We don't mind forming a cooperative because Grenada is so small. The population is small. So they don't mind forming a cooperative with 5 persons or 6 persons, but not 10.
Okay.
There are those that can form with 10, and there are those that they want to form with 4 or 5 or 6 persons. So we're looking at the legislation at the moment because we think that is important. If 4 or 5 persons could come together and do some real good business in the communities, and so, you know.
It's a start.
Yeah, it's a start, and it's better than they're waiting, they cannot get 10 persons together to do what they want to do. So we are looking at that, and we are continue with the public relations. The cooperative division is now in the ministry. I've shifted them from the park to the ministry.
Okay.
So they're part of the whole
scheme of things.
Yeah, scheme of things. So I think they're much more comfortable where they are, and we are continuing with the work, getting them organized.
So in general, looking forward as we wrap, looking forward to 2022. How much are you looking forward to unfolding certain projects and continuation of others?
Yeah. Well, we have a lot of projects in mind, but based on the pandemic, we still have to, you know, look at the protocols that they have in place. We have to continue to work with the Ministry of Health and also the COVID committee and the police force, because they have been working very well with us. I want to commend them for the support they have given us because when we are pulling out these matches, we had to be back and forth to them, speaking to them. They had to guide us accordingly, you know, to make sure that things work out very well. We are looking at the film commission. That is something that we must get in place. Persons who want to film come to Grenada to use our background on our seas or waters or mountains, etc. We are putting a committee in place, a commission in place, so that they have somewhere when they want to come to Grenada, they have somewhere they can go to.
Seek necessary guidance and permissions.
It's scattered all over the place, so, you know, people just come here and do their own thing without any permission and so. So we are putting that in place to make sure that we have that properly organized. Sports policy, as we spoke about, you know, we have to make sure that we have that rolled out very well.
Go ahead, yes.
Yes. And also, there are a number of things. We want to really get things going to the fishermen. We want to make sure that all the fish markets are in place. We are getting in some equipment from Japan. We are getting in 13 ice machines so that we wouldn't have problems with ice machines, because what is happening now, the fish that, you know, the fishermen, they do not have enough ice actually to cover the fish as it should be. It should be kept covered with ice and all of that. And so we are hoping that early part of January or early part of January, February, we should be getting in these machines and other equipment. Also the sargassum seaweed that come to our shows around, you know, the end of the year. We also will be getting equipment to keep them where they're supposed to be.
So there's a lot in place to ensure that things continue despite the pandemic in 2020.
There are a lot of things we can do despite the pandemic, and we are doing that. Planning is one, and we have done all our planning for the next year already.
Okay.
Rolling out things, we have to look at it bit by bit and see what could roll out according to what the situation is. So we have already done all of that. We are prepared to go in the new year with a drive. We hope that the pandemic would cease a bit, things would slow down to make things even better. And but we are not just sitting there waiting for the pandemic to go away. We already have a plan. We already have the plans well worked out, and we hope that things will roll out very well.
Well, Minister, this is where I tell you thank you very much for appearing here on our Government Information Service Year in Review for 2021. Viewers, we are speaking here with Minister for Sports, Culture and the Arts, Fisheries and Cooperatives, the Honorable Yolande Horsford, and she gave us an overview as to what's happening within her ministry. We also say thanks to Colin Peters, the Coordinator of Sports, who shed some light on what has happened sports-wise as well and what is to come in 2022. We do take a break. When we return, much more here at GIS. Year in Review.
Welcome back. We're here now with Honorable Delta Thomas. She's on Zoom, by the way. And we have our PS, Chrissy Warm Charles. Good evening, Minister Thomas. Good evening, Minister Thomas.
Hi, good evening.
Okay, we may have technical issues here, so I'll move directly. PS, Chrissy Warm Charles, welcome. You're the acting permanent secretary in the Social Development and Housing Division. Coming out of 2021 in a pandemic environment, what were some of the challenges you faced in 2021 and how did you overcome them?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Yeah. Our ministry, Social Development, Housing and Community Empowerment, focused mainly on psychosocial support. So we provided, assistance to persons in the pandemic, persons who were positive for COVID-19, persons who would have lost their loved ones for COVID-19, staff of institutions who, had persons who were affected by COVID-19 too as well. So we were very much, involved in the psychosocial support, the aspect of COVID-19 pandemic. And yes, we've had a lot of challenges in terms of the amount of human resources that we had to take care of that massive amount of persons crying out for need and help at that particular point in time. But we did overcome. We've had support from persons from the diaspora, and our team really rallied together as one government and as one ministry, really and truly, to see how we can navigate this experience together. So we did, overcome with some gaps, of course, but with gaps, comes opportunity for improvement. And so we are on that journey, leaving no one behind, examining our responses and seeing how best we can, mitigate against certain responses.
In a pandemic, as we had with unemployment would have gone up, a lot of persons would have been displaced. We heard from the tourism sector, workers, hundreds of workers being home. Did that lead to gender-based violence, particularly within households, within communities? What are the numbers? What is the experience? What have you seen?
Interesting that you said that, right? Because gender-based violence, was termed the shadow pandemic, really. And we saw an increase in the amount of reporting. And remember, some of the perpetrators, they were locked in with the victims of violence. And we've seen our protective homes, being overcrowded. I shouldn't say overcrowded, but we had a lot of persons, accessing support through that space, through that route. So really and truly, it was a cause for concern. And we would have seen a lot of our family structure, being tested, because a lot of persons never really spent a lot of time, within the household, because, persons are busy working and so on, but locked in, a lot of those negativities come to bear, and we would have had a lot of persons experiencing intimate partner violence, right? Verbal, sexual, you just name it. Right? It was a trying time for a lot of persons, and it's a wonderful opportunity for persons to speak out. So we saw some persons speaking out, and we had now to, change our strategies, our intervention strategies, to suit the needs that was, presenting itself to the pandemic. And this was not only, specific to Grenada, but we saw that happening throughout the world, and that is why it was termed the shadow pandemic. So yes.
Minister Thomas, you're here with us, of course. Delma Thomas, Minister responsible for Social Development and Housing. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Byron, and good evening to all your listeners. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks for joining. We know we had some bit of technical difficulties, but your responsibility under that ministry, and as I was raising with your peers, given the COVID, we've heard that possibility of poverty increasing in rural communities and more challenges, violence against women, violence in general. What has been that challenge to you? What are the lessons learned from 2021 and how do you envisage going forward in 2022?
We have learned many lessons from dealing with the pandemic, especially from where we sit at the Ministry of Social Development, having to deal with families been affected, one, but secondly, the issue you raised earlier with PS as it relates to domestic violence. We had a number of cases during the period of the pandemic, and so our ministry had to work swiftly in addressing and dealing with some of the cases. And so some of the lessons that we have learned is having more places, because our shelter was filled to capacity during that period. And so one of the things that we have done, as you know, we are finalizing in terms of having those homes donated by the People's Republic of China in 5 different sites in Grenada. And what we have done as a government is leave back or assign some for families of domestic violence. So some families who will be getting upfront will be cases dealt by the ministry, but more than that, we will be leaving some additional in every site. So when we have issues of what we call transient homes, when we have issues of violence, we can move out these families as quickly as possible.
Minister, you talk about the Chinese housing, and this is, of course, a major investment by the government of Grenada, of course, with support from the government of China. But where are we with these housing in terms of what's the projection going forward? A lot of constructions continue in several, but there may have been slowed down as a result of the COVID. But what are the projections going forward? When can families expect to occupy these facilities, this housing?
So we have seen completion in maybe thus far, maybe 3 sites. We had some delays during this spike where we had issues with our, because you will appreciate that the infrastructure work in every site, these are completed. However, we have to do the other work as it relates to electrical and water. And so we have some issues that I think we have just finalized in Boucheju and in St. David. And so we will see by maybe end of January the handing over. So after the completion, we will first have the handing over ceremony from the People's Republic of China. So we'll have to inspect and have the Ministry of Works and everybody to ensure that what we accept is of the standard. I mean, we have been inspecting before, but we want to make sure that all the utilities are working properly. We know that we had some challenges before, and so we provided more oversight this time to ensure that some of the issues that we had before do not repeat itself. And so we will have a handing over ceremony from the Chinese where they will hand over after all inspection from their side, and our side had to inspect those homes. We will have, hopefully by the end of January, and PS can correct me, I think we are finalizing on those timelines. And after that, we will deal with in terms of the housing authority finalizing maybe the first set of families to move in those houses.
So you're saying that, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, so I say hopefully, let's say end of February, March, we should see maybe the first set of families moving in to those homes in those different sites.
That is very, very important information, given families are waiting. The seed program, from the budget allocation, we were told in the budget statement that the allocation has increased. What has been the impact of the seed program in 2021, and why is it a critical and important program for your department, for your ministry?
So the seed program has been very important. 2021 and even before that, it has helped vulnerable families. We have seen the result in terms of education. For one, a number of our students has excelled in CSEC and CAPE exam, even going on to St. George's University. So the seed program has provided assistance in improving education, and we know that education is the only thing that can take us out of poverty. And so many of the families who are poverty-stricken, who are now receiving seed, cannot graduate from the program because their children are now doing better. We have people who can tell you that they are now teachers but before that, they were on the seed program. We have nurses, we have people who are now in St. George's University and still getting assistance. So in terms of the children at school, the elderly citizens, during that period of pandemic, we made a decision as a government to go to their communities. In the past, they had to come to the cities, come to Grenville, come to St. Patrick in the revenue offices. However, in the start of the pandemic, we have started bringing these monies to their homes where they could have used it in the different shops to provide for them during the lockdown. So it have impacted many families positively. And we have, as a government in the last budget, decided to provide $150 extra as a support to these vulnerable families, understanding that over the last almost 2 years with the pandemic, we have seen a rapid increase in prices for goods and services. And so we expect that this increase will be able to assist those families. But even more than the seed program, as a caring government, we had another program, which is with assistance with the CDB, the CES program. And this is a program that provides cash transfer, temporarily so, to families who would have lost their jobs due to COVID and still waiting to be reinstated, or families who are being waiting for a long period to get on the seed program. These over 1,000, I think, thus far, but a total of 1,500 families will receive assistance from this other program that will be assisting the seed. So all in all, we have been doing a number of interventions in terms of helping vulnerable families to cope during this pandemic period and in 2021.
Thanks. P.S. Warm Charles, your ministry is responsible also for policy dealing with older adults. Of course, lately we've been hearing a lot about youth, and there's a ministry responsible for youth. But older adults, what are the policies are you thinking about, and where does older adults fit in your ministry, and what has happened to them in the past year, and what can we expect happening in 2022?
Okay, very interesting question. Our older adults, we can never forget them, right? The importance that they have within our society, within our community, can never be underestimated or overestimated. We've seen the impact of COVID-19 upon some of our senior homes. And we've seen, we've lost, the oldest woman, in Grenada, well, residing in Carriacou, of course. And, it's a cause of concern too as well. But it's also an opportunity for us to examine our shortcomings. It's an opportunity for us to look at the systems that we have in place, the social protection system that we have in place for our older adults, because, we are aging, we are an aging population. And so emphasis has to be placed on the lives of our older adults. And so PAHO, together with the Ministry of Social Development and the Ministry of Health, we are currently reviewing the older policy, and we are working towards having that completed by 2022, right? And that will be involving older adults as well, because we want to ensure that we have their voices actually being part of this entire process, by us, for us, and leaving no one behind. So we are in consultation as we speak right now, and finalizing the first phase of that particular document. So we are really looking forward to that, strengthening policies, strengthening our responses, having particular standards in our different senior homes, geriatric homes, and so that we'll be able to raise the bar in terms of the services that we provide for our older adults. And they are one of our most treasured citizenry, and we must never forget them.
As you talk about the home for the aged, there was a vaccine issues. Are employees there? Is vaccine mandatory at these facilities presently?
Well, currently, yes,
they are.
Yes.
And of course, you're dealing with the two extremes. Older adults, but also early childhood.
Oh, yes.
What's happening there? What happened there in 2021, and how we project for 2022 in this particular sector?
Well, for 0 to 3, we provide services for children from 0 to 3, government-owned daycare centers. We have model centers, I must say, that we have been working very hard in terms of establishing that level level of standards, providing that level of support for our young children, stimulation. 2021, 2020, some of our daycare centers were closed because of the level of vulnerability, right? But certain workers still continue to offer some form of stimulation for our children. Right, so it's very important for parents, you know, to continue on that on that thread, so that, you know, no child would be left behind, and that we are preparing them, because studies have definitely shown the connection between early childhood and national development. So as a ministry, we continue to provide support to our daycare centers, and so that their standards.
How many
and so
daycare
on.
centers are you supporting?
We have roughly 12 to 13 government daycare centers.
Okay.
And we have one, of course, in Carriacou. You know, very good centers, model centers, I must say. BNTF has been a good partner, UNICEF as well, in terms of helping us to develop our particular centers, and also India Aid, you know. So Grenada boasts 4 model centers, not just only for Grenada, but within the Caribbean region. So early childhood education through daycare centers. We have seen the bar being raised over the past few years, and we continue to put efforts and measures in place to do so.
Well, and the question of poverty, and Minister, you can come in on this, because this is an issue, and your ministry is of course focused there. The question of toilet facilities for many rural households. What has your ministry done in this regard? Could you elaborate, please?
So this is a transformational program in terms, and it is new in terms of government providing that assistance. And it is always critical to remember the period in which this program started on a wide-scale basis. It was in the last year when we had the pandemic. So government had started to provide assistance for families. If we're talking vulnerability and talking about moving people from one stage to the next, then it also speaks to the standard of living, but it also speaks to the living condition. And so as a government, we have made a policy that we are working to eradicate pit latrine in terms of improving the standard of living of our people. And so last year, a number of families across the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique receive assistance with the bathroom facilities, and we continue this year in 2021, and PS may have that number, how many hundreds of families receive assistance with bathroom and toilet. And so we'll continue with that program. We continue in next year. We also have a same allocation as this year, which is 5 million, that will assist more families with bathroom and toilet. And we will continue to go as long as we eradicate pit latrine. There are some issues in terms of land tenure. You're living on somebody else's land is difficult. And so we hope that we can work to resolve many of the issues, because our goal really is to get rid of pit latrine as we really look at bringing our people up and lifting them out of poverty. So we have provided, and our ministry have worked hard in assisting in many programs, house repair program, we have the toilet program, we have the seed program, we have the psychosocial program. You know, many of the programs within the Ministry of Social Development aimed at lifting up the vulnerable, aimed at moving them out of poverty. And so we'll continue as a government and as a ministry to do that in 2022. 2022, we'll be looking at additional families who are using outside latrine, as you call them, and we'll be assisting them. And so the assistance, when it's an elderly person living alone, we try to give everything. However, we work with families ensuring that they can provide some means of assistance for themselves, and we provide even up to the labor. So we have work brigades, because we realized that in the past, when we had the house repair program, we gave many families material and it either stay under the house, or sometimes we hear that they sold it or somebody stole it. So what we have learned from that is that we have to provide some means of assistance for those who cannot assist themselves in putting up the material. And so bathroom, we have done the same, because we know when we give cement, if it stays on the ground for 2 or 3 weeks, then it's an issue. So we have also set up concrete brigade, or bathroom brigade as we call them, that assist those families in putting up the bathroom. So you may buy your sand, in some instances, your gravel, your blocks, and we give you in over $10,000 is the worth of material you may get from the supplier. Plus, we also provide the labor in setting up the bathroom and toilet.
Minister, any closing remarks, final remarks as we look at 2022 coming?
As we look at 2022, I'll say that government is committed to improving the lives of our people. And so we will continue to work in terms of improving the standard of living, providing better homes. So we'll continue our house repair program. We'll continue our bathroom and toilet program. We'll continue to provide assistance in the social safety net, but we'll also continue to provide the psychosocial support, because as we realize, the issue of the pandemic is still with us. And so we are seeing an increase in cases. And so as our ministry, we will be there to provide support. And as I close, I really want to wish everyone across the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique a happy New Year. But as we go into the new year, as tomorrow, please God, I urge you to be safe, to follow the protocol, wear your mask, and avoid large gathering as much as possible so that you would not contract the virus to give yourself and your family, especially your elderly parents at home. We have seen what COVID-19 has done to our elderly citizens in the last, our first spike. And so I urge members of the population to stay safe, wear your mask, get vaccinated, and stay away from large gathering.
Thank you very much, Minister Thomas, Social Development and Housing Minister, and PS Chrissy Warm-Charles. Thank you very much. We take a short break. We'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Byron. There was an interesting interview there with the Minister for Social Development and PS Chrissy Worm. And with me now, I have the Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Physical Development and Energy, the Honorable Gregory Boeing. And joining him, we have the Project Coordinator for the COVID Economic Support Secretariat, Jeffrey Gilbert, and they're going to be speaking to finance and the economy. I do apologize. In the beginning, we did mention that we would have our Prime Minister with us, but unfortunately, he will not be able to make it this evening. And during this segment, both of the gentlemen will be interviewed by myself and Mr. Campbell. We have it set up quite nicely here, so you would see me and you would see Mr. Campbell, but the information will get through to all of you. I will begin this evening and straight off the bat with the Minister for Finance, Honorable Boeing. The pandemic has obviously had a significant impact on economies the world over. How challenging has it been to manage Grenada's economy this past year?
Thank you, Shirian, and a very pleasant evening to the listening and viewing public. As my colleague finished her interview with a plea that we should do everything not to get back into this real pandemic situation. We can't stop it, but we must minimize it. It is fundamentally important that we minimize this area. Yes, the pandemic has impacted us negatively to the greatest extent, and our recovery depends on not getting back into that particular strain. So our economy has fallen significantly. We have already said that we have wiped out $500 million of our GDP. That's for 2020. And in 2021, we are holding more or less steady. But we must do more. We must get out of it, because revenue collection and rebuilding the buffer that saw us through 2020 and 2021 is critically important. So it is difficult. It is not a simple job. We need everything. Coordination from the central government, coordination from the people as a nation, so that we can come out of it.
Okay, rather interesting opening there. Because we're going to do it in and out, I'm going to just ask Mr. Campbell if he has a follow-up question to pose to you as it relates to that aspect of the discussion. Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Boeing, good evening.
Good evening.
Your colleague. The 2022 budget, sir, was with a deficit. I think the amount was about $98 million. Given the present context in terms of COVID and what we're seeing presently in terms of some uncertainty on where the pandemic is going, what contingency you have in this context with a deficit budget? What contingency plans you have as we're going forward in this period of uncertainty, and uncertainty in the context of both in terms of revenue collection?
It's a very interesting point. You know, some people say that you should have 3 budgets. One is what you present, the contingency, plan A, and the plan B. We do have the plan A and the plan B, but that's not for the parliament. Everybody must galvanize behind the budget. And as I indicated before, reducing the effect of the pandemic by our very actions is critical to ensure that we stay along that area of the planned budget. For contingencies, if we do not collect as we project to collect in 2022, and the only thing that will cause that again is another spike, that's where I want to repeat. The resilience that we talk about in construction and in the economy is that buffer. Do we have sufficient to move into 2022? That depends on how far or how deep a third wave or a fourth wave, will hit us. But we have that contingency, that resilience plan, so that the economic inertia, the flywheel, will use up that energy, which is a buffer that we have there. So yes, if we do good, then we can always expend more in building the economy. So it's difficult, and we cannot exhaust that buffer. 2022, we don't expect it to, but as you rightly hinted, we have to plan for that. That's where the difficulty comes in. We have to rebuild that buffer in 2022, but if we don't rebuild and must continue to use, that's where you're going to see the expertise and the requirement for experience and great managerial skill in ensuring that the economy moves forward.
So as you review 2021, Minister, of course your responsibility in ministry is both in terms of revenue collection and revenue expenditure, but a critical aspect of it is implementation. What has been the rate of implementation in 2021, and what challenges you had there, and how you look forward to 2022 in the area of implementation specifically, sir?
In the area of implementation, you'll know that we have hit the 80%. And that is because we were able to do things in a manner. Project A, Project B, Project C. In the normal times, I'm not saying that our implementation rate is where it should be, but what has helped is that we can do all of Project A and most of Project B, because we have relaxed, the rules to say you must spend X and A alone, and then you must spend Y and B, and you must spend Y and C. So we could spend a significant amount on A and get A and 3/4 of B done, and only 1/8 of C. So that's where you see how we can move it, because we have relaxed some of the rules so that construction can take precedence, as we say. Obviously, under health is critical, number one. Construction and the safety nets for the people, these will follow number 2 and 3.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, I just want to pose a question based on what you've just asked, and it all has to do, Minister, you spoke to buffer, and you have to ensure that contingencies are in place, and so the challenges for 2021 and government still being able to offer a second stimulus package, in addition to what was offered previously. The 2022 budget provided some additional relief measures. Can you speak to that on the significance of it? And after you would have given us that bit, I would ask Mr. Jeffrey to come in and, you know, just give us a whole overview as to how the stimulus package went in terms of the components and what was disbursed.
Well, the critical component, the price of fuel, which impacted the price of electricity and also impacted the price of goods. So the major components would be reduction in the price of energy, whether it's for transportation, fuel, or whether it's for electricity. And these are critical components because they impact everything, and the inflation keeps going up and up because of those metrics. So yes, with the 25% reduction in the non-fuel charge of electricity, that is critical. And I think, and this is not only safety nets, no, it's not only for individual, for people, it's safety nets for the businesses as well. That initiative provided a buffer for businesses and for people. The price of fuel for transportation, also for businesses and for the people commuting from point A to point B. And we have removed VAT and certain critical items that the statistical department, you know, will have to monitor to ensure that the people receive the benefits from those particular areas. So they're critical in the way forward.
Okay. Mr. Gilbert?
Thank you, Sherian. Thank you.
So just give us a recap in terms of the investment made by government as we talk the stimulus and so.
Okay, first, well, thank you, Minister, for being on the program. And before I begin, I just want to say a very special thank you to the staff at the COVID Economic Support Secretariat and the Ministry of Finance for giving us all the assistance, giving us all the tools and the mechanism to make this stimulus package a reality. In terms of the actual investment, it's roughly, we're speaking about $25 million. The program is broken up into multiple components. And perhaps I should speak to one of the components that is most popular and the one that brings most benefits. And I'm speaking specifically of the income support, which targets the informal sector. So you have vendors, small bars, caterers and persons who are, as I said, in the informal sector. They have no fixed place of business and they earn a living through maybe vending, and their trade has been severely impacted by the COVID pandemic. Income support is primarily the driver of the economic stimulus because there are so many persons who have been affected negatively by this pandemic. In addition to income support, you have the unemployment assistance. So you have a small business and you have 4 or 5 or 6 employees who have been laid off because of that particular situation. Applications can be submitted by the employer on their behalf and they can receive benefits. The program initially was set up for a 4-month period. Some sectors have been curtailed in terms of the duration, right? Because remember, while we had the pandemic, some sectors again reopened around the month of October. You're looking at, say for instance, the tourist vendors, right? They would get benefits for the 4-month period. So September, October, November, and December. In addition to that, we also have the seed program. The seed basically is an ongoing program, but the stimulus package has added a supplementary program to the seed. And what this has done, over 897 beneficiaries have been added to the seed program. And in terms of dollars and cents, it has spent in excess of $1 million. So take into consideration the impact of these funds on the local economy. These monies go straight into the supermarkets. They go into the drugstores. They go into, as I said, back into the economy. So at least that way, many persons are seeing and feeling the benefits of this stimulus package. There are some other components which have not been rolled out as yet, but they are pending, and I want to speak specifically about the Internet Connectivity Program. We are hoping that all of the necessary paperwork will be signed off very early in the new year, so this program could actually come on stream. This is a program which targets children and students of school age fifth formers, and sixth graders. The government, through collaboration with the service provider, will provide broadband internet connectivity service to 1,500 households throughout Grenada. And the cost of this program is, the total cost is, in terms of the government's contribution, the parents' contribution, and the contribution of the provider, is $104 per month. $30 is the contribution of the government, $54 would be the contribution of the service provider, and $20 would be the contribution of the home of the parent or guardian. So this is a very important program which we intend to roll out very, very early in the new year.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, do you have anything to
Yes,
add?
yes, sure. Mr. Gilbert, good evening. What were some of the challenges you had in the program in terms of its implementation? What are some of the lessons learned as you go forward?
Yes, and that's a very good question, Mr. Campbell. Some of the challenges we're having, for instance, at the Secretariat, our plan is to turn around our applications as quickly as possible, within at least a 1 week time frame. But what you may find happening is that persons provide information that, one, is inaccurate and inadequate. So you may be calling someone at a number, and that number is out of service. An application is submitted and it is in the name of Mary Jane or Mary Jane Thomas, but the ID says Lucy Thomas. That again is a problem. In addition, some of the problems we've been having relates to, again, the inability to reach persons, as I said, and that is primarily the main problem we're having. Persons are not being, in terms of the contact time, we're having a difficult time contacting persons because, again, the information provided is not accurate. The other thing too is that applications received incomplete and unsigned. So once this happens, it means that we now have to get on the phone, call this person to gather the information to process the application. These are some of the main areas we have in difficulty, but generally we are doing very well.
Just before we move back to Minister Bowen, I just wanted to read this brief statement. As our program, the segment is running a bit overdue, and our Prime Minister do have another engagement, hence he's unable to be with us. However, Dr. Michel has conveyed his best wishes to all and is urging that we all remain safe as we prepare to ring in the new year. So Dr. Michel has sent his regard, and he do have another appointment, and due to our time span here, he is not able to be with us. So I think we can all understand that. Minister Bowen, investor confidence remains extremely high. What does that say about the overall management of the Grenada economy?
Yes, it speaks volumes, because investors come to places where they feel that there is an opportunity for them to make returns. And they feel that the economy in Grenada will give them that opportunity. And investor confidence, you can see it not from the external investor alone. Look at our little persons that refer to them in Grenada. The small man who will invest just at $200, $300. He is now doing it. As you pass the street, you will see little booths hanging up. You'll see people getting involved in economic activities. So we must never for one moment look at investment only as the big guys out there. Yes, they can pump a lot into the economy and they are important. But when you see the small person doing this and that, know ye that the investment climate is correct. So I am saying it is very important in all aspects. It helps our GDP, it helps our revenue coming into Grenada, and it helps the little person earn a living. I would just want to say two things very quickly with a former question, which is the implementation. And we recognize that implementation, when you're doing specific projects, you cannot do as you wish. You got to wait 3 months, 4 months to get certain things going to the multilateral and back. And I could tell you one of the reasons for the implementation is because many of the big projects are implemented locally. The River Road that we call the St. John's River Project, that's being done locally. So we can move quickly along. I think this is one thing that when I speak to the IMF and the World Bank and the CDB, as I told them last week, we can point out to you that you have a major role to play in reducing the implementation rate, not only of Grenada, but of all borrowing members country. Imagine we were at 50%, and we could escalate to 80% because we are financing most of the major projects ourselves. So that is critical, and that will play a big part in our discussions with the multilaterals. And secondly, the deficit budget. Remember, a deficit budget is within that snapshot in time, which is 1 year, 2022. The inflows of revenues and other grants, etc., and the outflows to do the work. It means that the inflows are a little less than what is required to do the work. Now, you cannot have a deficit budget if you do not have the financing to come in. But again, is that resilience, is that buffer that will take care of the deficit. So when we hear about deficit budget, unless we cannot say where that extra financing is coming from, then we should not be too perturbed. But yes, we must be very, very concerned when the authorities cannot tell you. Again, the COVID-19 situation, in order to replenish our buffer, it's critical that we go there and be safe with our health and safe with our economy.
As per usual, I have to ask my colleague if he has anything to back into that. Mr. Campbell?
Minister, look, 2021, clearly a roller coaster year with COVID, with lockdowns, with workers' displacements. Lots of stuff happening there on the negative side, but yet the government was able to accomplish significant. Could you comment on the role of the Ministry of Finance in terms of the staffing, but also if you could comment briefly on the fact that what we've noticed is an increase in the COVID infection rate. We've been seeing it escalating. What are you communicating to the population at this time, and what concerns you have, how this may or could affect the economic plan for 2021 going forward?
Definitely, again, another wave could hinder us tremendously in our progress, or economic progress, in the sense that if you close down, economic activities will slow down. Look at tourism. Just on the about to rise again. If we have to shut the borders again or put restrictions that will make people think, well, I don't want to come to Grenada, I now have to quarantine for another 14 days. Hence, I will go to some place or I will not leave home at all. It's critical. And all the warnings from all my colleagues from the Ministry of Health, it is vital and important that we do all that is necessary, our utmost to ensure that we do not get into a next situation, because we'll have to move into Plan B and into Plan C. The other two unexplained or not brought forward to the public areas if such things should happen. And I'm telling you that it will have a negative effect on the economy.
The other part of the question, Minister, had to do with your ministry, the Ministry of Finance.
Oh, yeah, yes.
In terms of how did your ministry cope in 2021, given the various issues and facing workers and lockdown and other issues?
Well, let me compliment the staff, as I did during the budget debate. I mean, they worked extremely hard. There are some who worked at home, and those in the preparation of the budget, and those to ensure that the economy runs. They did their very best, and I want to take this opportunity to compliment them and the entire ministry as a whole, because without them, we could not have gotten anything done. They worked hard, they understand the principle, and critical, is a leadership. I could recall that when we discuss situation, as good as any of us is, we always look towards the leadership. We'll make a recommendation, and the leadership must set the direction and the tone. So we had a great combination. Good staff, great leadership. That's why we are here today in this privileged position compared to the rest of the region.
And as we wrap, can you just give us an insight as you look into 2022?
2022. Yes, we're looking at the continuation of the construction sector that is going extremely well. We want to continue with the safety nets, and safety nets, I repeat, both for businesses and for the people, as well as look into the energy situation. We want to get involved, use the GCF. We are preparing our ministry to be able to undertake the GCF projects. We can't do that now. I think Antigua can do it. and we have to pay 7% to external agency to do that for us. If the CDB gets accredited to the large projects, they may be able to help. But that is one area that we're working very, very hard on, to get information and to get resources. Remember, we already have a $125 million for the GCF. If we could go to $200 million, that will see an additional $200 million, that will see our renewable energy take off. And the price, the fall in the price of electricity will continue. Thank you.
Looking into 2022?
Well, 2022, we are looking forward with great anticipation and hope. At the Secretariat, our action plan is to improve on our service delivery, because we are doing well, but of course there are areas where we need to improve on, especially in terms of ensuring that our customers are serviced in a very timely and efficient manner. But of course, there are two parts to this. They have to help us as well, and as I indicated earlier, critically, the information provided must be thorough and accurate, because once you do that, then it helps us in terms of turnaround time and processing your application. Our plan, again, as I said, is to ensure that we continue to provide that support and service, because the government has invested heavily in this program. It is monies that, of course, Grenada had to borrow to make this happen. And again, I would also like to make a plea to the beneficiaries of those funds. Use it wisely. You know, you may get an extra $500 or $1,000. Don't just blow it. At least put something away. Make some time and at least, enjoy it, yes, but at the same time, think about putting something away for a rainy day, because the stimulus alone can't solve our problems, right? Collectively, we have to work together, and people will have to be a bit more productive. So our plea at the Secretariat, again, is to ensure that your information is completed thoroughly and accurately. And once you do that, we can give you a response within a week or so.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Viewers, we were speaking here with the Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Physical Development and Energy, the Honorable Gregory Boeing, and Mr. Jeffrey Gilbert, Project Coordinator for the COVID Economic Support Secretariat. This is the GIS End of Year Review 2021. We take a break. When we return, we will wrap the program. On the GIS Year in Review 2021, an interesting 2 evenings.
Yeah, 2 evenings, I think. We didn't have the Prime Minister as was focused, but of course he had other major responsibilities, engagement. But overall, I thought it was a very useful session for the government to come forward and to discuss or to explain some of the issues they faced in 2021, the challenges in particular, but also we got some foresight into 2022, what's coming, particularly in the context of the pandemic and what we're seeing happening now. We can say that we now have experience in coping and dealing, but it is so unpredictable. There's so much uncertainty still, but what's important, what we learned over the past 2 evenings, is that there's a plan, there's a strategy, and the key thing would be implementing that strategy, and we have to be hopeful that the pandemic does not create particularly economic displacements.
And interestingly so too, while
Yeah.
they spoke a lot about the pandemic,
Yeah.
what I gathered from it is that whole issue of responsibility,
Yeah.
because the government can put different measures and structures in place,
Mhm.
but we have to
Yeah.
have some level of responsibility.
That's
Following the protocols and so to ensure that we don't catch and spread the virus, I think is one of the important takeaways that they would really like people to go with.
And there's reason for us to amplify this statement, Sherry-Ann, in that it becomes a personal matter. It is our own action, our own attitude that is going to matter, that will matter. So we have collectively the ability to deal with this, but what is our individual responsibility, our individual actions? So whether we choose to take the vaccine, whether we choose to avoid large crowds, whether we choose to wear a face mask, in other words, it comes down to us as individuals. So individual responsibility, that's a big point. And it has to be echoed.
And
Yeah.
from the the finance minister, yes, they have a little something in the coffers, but responsibility again, because what he's saying is that if we're to be hit hard with the pandemic, they may not be able to provide what they have been providing for people.
So that's the point I was making of so much uncertainty in going forward. But there is hope because what we saw, and I think what I was left with, particularly in speaking to the social affairs minister, the issues like the gender-based violence, particularly to significant others, and this is important that as a nation we understand this and we can do better. Particularly our male, the level of violence, because the police reports of increasing statistics, So again, all of this comes down to our individual responsibility. I think there is hope. We heard from the tourism sector, the Hotel Association and the Tourism Authority about what's happening in the sector. In fact, one of the things we learned is that when you combine the SGU with the tourism sector, which is 40%, and SGU with 25%, it goes up to 65%. So we understand how critical and important this sector is for the country, for the economy. And there is hope there in terms of the cruise industry, the stayover visitors, what's happening with our product development and all these initiatives and marketing. I think this is, there are challenges. I mean, it's not going to be, we didn't hear from, there's some sectors we didn't hear from, youth and other areas, but Minister of Agriculture, I thought was,
he was very
you could probably
thorough
comment on
yes,
that.
Yes, and what he said. You see the whole issue of the land issue in terms of the policy and that merger between the two associations, the common stream, finding a common ground as it relates to the assets and so. I think all those are things that people are wanting to know about, and the issue with the ever famous topic of the decriminalization of marijuana and the issue of predial larceny and what is to come, and importantly so when he mentioned to the rep from Marketing Board that he would like to see Marketing Board back under the
Ministry of Agriculture,
the Ministry of Agriculture,
which it appears that's where it belongs, because it deals with more the marketing, and I think where the name came from, because it does with commodities, that is sugar and milk and some of these products, it has this link to trade, the Ministry of Finance. But when you look at it, its focus is in agriculture, both particularly in the marketing of these products, and that's important. A little, I would like to have the Prime Minister. I hope he can come at some point, because I mean, because some of the politics we really wanted to get into, like what's happening in Barbados, and is this going to influence the date in Grenada? I mean, these are things
if we can have
I would sometime soon, get into a bit more politics. But overall, I thought it was a great information. Very, I think we learned a lot, and I think over time we go back and listen to this. So it's a good exercise. I thought it was very fruitful. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Campbell, let me extend thanks to you on behalf of the entire GIS team, for always being willing and coming and assisting us so that we can get certain productions out. And while we were saying thank you, I really do want to express thanks and gratitude to Mr. Augustine Andrew and the staff here at the Houses of Parliament. We reached out to them. It was just an idea, and they readily accepted.
Location. I mean,
gave us the permission, and we had 2 evenings of looks very, very nice on television. Great compliments and so. And I also want to to shout out our staff at GIS. We have a very talented staff in terms of Nihal Isaac, Oswin Paul, Akir. We have Shabazz, Dovell, Ron Diali, Abigail McIntyre, the ever-friendly producer that had you going for the entire evening, and you have Ron Diali, I mentioned Dovell, Andriel, Miss Johnson, there is just the entire team we have, not only up here but down at base. We have Crystal and we have John Jerome and so Leroy Francois. So it's just a complete team that
I was glad to know when discussing GIS that the government is putting more resources into GIS. It's an important information and development tool that the government have, and the professionalization of the staff. So I want to compliment all of you and wish you all and everyone most happy New Year.
Well, thank you very
Healthy
much, and
New Year.
thanks again to the entire
Pleasure.
GIS team and everyone who made this possible. And I also want to give a shout out to Shem Joseph. He also gave us some assistance, so we say a special thanks to him and to everyone who made our year in review, all the ministers that came through and the other stakeholders to ensure that we got the information out. On behalf of everyone, happy 2022 to you. I am Sherry and Noel. Thank you very much for joining us.